as I told, that they don't have any regard to law or the feelings of others. Like if I will murder someone, he will get hurt, or what the family of that girl will think, or I can simply say no, or there are different ways on which I can work, and if I don't want to marry such girl, I can do that. So that option they cannot think of. They are impulsive, so they on the heat of movement they can act on such impulse, and they can do anything with very cold mindset, and they will not feel guilty about it because they have callous attitude towards such sensitive things.
Yeah, and that's clear in the
So
fact that this happened 6 months back.
Personality trait is the common thing which we saw in the jails.
Yeah, this happened 6 months back. Dr. Raheja, you had a point to make.
Just to add to that, in the minds of people like that, what's a common thread also is that the racialization and reasoning is so strong that they are able to justify their point of view very intently to themselves, leading to an absolutely no guilt. I mean, they don't experience guilt like how we talk about guilt. It's just in their head. So, if I may use the word, despite being a psychiatrist, a word called warp, it's so dysfunctional in their head that they are able to reason and justify what they are thinking, and are willing to take any step or go to any extent. So there is virtually no guilt that they experience. So that what looks like a cold-blooded chilling to a normal person in those 6 months probably was planning for someone like him. And it's sub judice, and so we shouldn't say so much because we will know the facts of the case eventually. But I'm just trying to, in general, deconstruct the mind of a criminal like that.
No, and that's the point, Dr. Raheja. You know, from at least what the information that the police has given us is that he did this in a fit of rage. So then post the murder, do you think that it was a sheer act of desperation to protect himself that he then went on to cut up his girlfriend's body parts and then, you know, throw it away in such a manner? Was it sheer desperation?
Yeah, but apart from sheer desperation, what really comes out is an extreme amount of planning, an extreme amount of meticulousness, and that kind of conniving or that kind of manipulation to a mind without feeling the guilt, without I mean, we're presuming. I mean, we've really not spoken to him, so we are presuming to for
Agreed.
in general, for a prototype of a mind like that, to execute, to buy a fridge, to get a butcher's knife, to cut. And this is somebody you've loved. You know, I mean, it's not easy. It's a lot
Very
of people will give in. They will leave clear signs, if not clear signs, telltale evidence for the law agencies to follow it up, or they will surrender.
You know, the fact that he had that mental resolve after the murder for 16 days straight to ensure that he got rid of the body parts. It's like both of you mentioned, he essentially felt confident, justified it to himself that this was the right thing to do. And I think you've given us a sense of what perhaps was going on in this monster's mind as well, which so many of us have questions on right now. Dr. Raheja, Dr. Vispute, thank you very much for joining us here with your expert opinion on this big story. We're cutting across for the moment to other breaking news. Karnataka Congress President DK Shivkumar has arrived now at the ED headquarters in Delhi. Shivkumar has said that he had sought 3 weeks' time, but again the Enforcement Directorate has summoned him. That's why he's appeared at the ED office in Delhi. Shivkumar also confirming that he's cooperating with the investigation and has submitted all documents, but he's questioned the agency, saying, I asked for 3 weeks' time. But even that request wasn't agreed upon, wasn't something that we got any relief. He's also, in fact, visited a temple before making his way to Delhi, praying for some relief in this particular case. But DK Shivkumar maintaining at this point that he's going to continue to cooperate. Continues to haunt DK Shivkumar, a money trail of which the Enforcement Directorate is currently investigating. The last summon that was issued to DK Shivkumar was during the Bharat Jodo Yatra when they had entered Karnataka. So the Congress had, of course, referred to this as a political conspiracy. Munish Pandey is joining us with more details on this. Munish, DK Shivkumar, as we speak at the ED office, he says he sought time, but the Enforcement Directorate made it very clear they will not wait for 3 weeks.
Well, Akshita, remember he was called earlier also on 2 occasions at least in recent time. And last time when summons were issued, he had sought time for 3 weeks, but ED told him to join the investigation today. A fresh summons was issued and he has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. He will be questioned in regards to the National Herald case. What ED is suspecting that there were some donations made to Young Indian Private Limited. Regarding that, they want to know the source of income. DK Shivkumar, while going to the Enforcement Directorate office, he spoke to media and he said that he has submitted all the documents what ED had asked. He had asked for 3 weeks time, but ED called him again. And before coming to Delhi, he had gone to Mahakaleshwar in Ujjain. So, Akshita, in this case, ED has called at least a dozen of Congress leaders, mostly those who donated money to Young Indian Private Limited. And once again, DK Shivkumar is being questioned today as we speak.
We'll track all the latest that comes in on this. Thanks for the moment, Munish, for joining us. And that's all we have time for on this broadcast. Thanks very much for tuning in and keep staying tuned to us here on India Today for the latest news breaks.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Cuts, structures, forms for the cocktail parties and events around the wedding. Try looks that stand out this season. Not just the women, the men too, FYI.
Of course, the design language is primarily a process. It's not that every collection is treated differently. I think we start with a concept and it kind of translates into feelings throughout multiple collections of the brand. Different kind of, different aspects of the human race have really started getting center stage is what we celebrated. And I think that it went beyond the idea of clothing into a true form of celebration.
Gilded gowns, suit shorts with tuxedos, sculpture gowns, concentric tuxedos. Go for it this season.
It's very heartening to see that people are really looking up to futuristic and experimental design. But is also and not just Met Gala moments. I think when our bride is wearing a Gaurav Gupta lehenga as well, which is not which is not a traditional lehenga, because the lehenga looks like a gown, or it has a sculpted blouse, it has a ruffled dupatta, it has its meteoric embroideries, etc. So she's finding pride in a whole modern India or a modern Asian aesthetic.
Don't be bogged down. Make the wedding cocktails and parties nothing short of your own Met Gala moment. In New Delhi, with inputs from Vaishnavi and Riya, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. First up, our top story, a good news in fact for all RRR fans. After releasing the historical drama in Japan and submitting it for Oscars in 14 categories, filmmaker S.S. Rajamouli has now confirmed the sequel of the film. Here are all the details.
I can't reveal many details about it, but my father is the story writer for all my films, and then we discussed a bit about it, and he's working on the story.
S.S. Rajamouli has now confirmed the sequel to the Ram Charan and Junior NTR starrer RRR.
Not salsa, not flamenco, my brother.
Do you know Natu?
What is Natu?
పొలం గట్టు దుమ్ములోన పోట్ల గిట్ట దూకినట్టు పొలేరమ్మ జాతరలో పోతరాజు ఊగినట్టు కిర్రు సెప్పులేసుకొని కర్ర సాము చేసినట్టు మర్రి సట్టు నీడలోన కుర్ర గుంపు కూడినట్టు ఎర్ర జొన్న రొట్టెలోన మిరప దొక్కు కలిపినట్టు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నాటు 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 తీర నాటు 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 ఊర నాటు 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 పచ్చి మిరపలాగా పిచ్చనాటు నాటు 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 పిచ్చు కత్తిలాగా వెర్రి నాటు.
After earning around 1,200 crore rupees at the box office worldwide, the film is now enjoying a good run in Japan.
పులిని పట్టుకోవాలంటే వేటగాడు కావాలి. ఆ పని చేయగలిగేది ఒక్కడే సార్.
RRR was released in 209 screens and 31 IMAX screens across Japan in 44 cities and is believed to be the biggest Indian release in Japan. According to reports, RRR has grossed 206 million yen, which is about 11 crores in 21 days. The collection is said to be greater than that of Rajamouli's previous blockbuster Bahubali The Conclusion and Rajnikant's 1995 film Muthu.
బ్రిటిష్ ప్రభుత్వానికి ఎదురు తిరిగిన నేరానికి నేను అరెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను. తొంగి తొంగి నక్కి నక్కి కాదే.
This came after RRR was rolled out in cinemas in Japan on October 21st, a country where the team aggressively promoted the film, a move which is reaping rich benefits.
చాలా ప్రమాదం, ప్రాణాలు పోతాయిరా. ఆనందంగా ఇచ్చేస్తాను బాబాయ్.
Not just that, after submitting the film for the Oscars in 14 categories, the good news kept pouring in for the entire team as the magnum opus won the Best International Film honor at the Saturn Awards 2022, which were held in Los Angeles on 25th October. While Rajamouli wasn't present during the ceremony, he thanked the jury with a video message.
I'm so glad that our film RRR has won the Saturn Award in the Best International Film category. I thank the jury on behalf of our entire team. We are super elated. This is also my second Saturn Award for my films. The first one I won it for Bahubali The Conclusion. I wish I was there in person, but due to my prior commitments with regard to RRR's release in Japan, unfortunately I'm not able to attend.
RRR is a fictional historical drama based on the lives of two Telugu freedom fighters, Alluri Sitarama Raju, played by Ram Charan, and Komarama Bhim, essayed by Junior NTR. The fictional saga explores their friendship and highlights their fight against oppression.
యుద్ధాన్ని వెతుక్కుంటూ ఆయుధాలు వాటంతటవే వస్తాయి. Brace yourself for Ram.
The film also featured Ajay Devgan, Alia Bhatt, Shriya Saran and Olivia Morris among others in pivotal roles. RRR is also among 25 feature films and 20 non-feature films which will be screened during the International Film Festival of India.
Ready?
And action!
The festival is scheduled to take place from 20th November to November 28th in Goa.
ఈ నక్కల వేట ఎంతసేపు? కుంభస్థలాన్ని బద్దల కొడదాం పదా.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor are the new parents in town, and so are Bipasha Basu and Karan Singh Grover. But is Varun Dhawan too all set to become a daddy soon? Well, at least that's what Salman Khan has hinted at on the sets of Big Boss 16 when the actor visited him to promote his next film, Peria. Take a look.
जंगल में कांड हो गया.
Varun Dhawan and Kriti Sanon are leaving no stone unturned to promote their upcoming film Peria. The duo recently went to the popular reality TV show Big Boss for the same.
आपको टच करके बताना है कि कौन सा गाना है, कौन सी फिल्म है, okay? ये
चाय की प्याली।
हाँ ये तो गरम
चाय की प्याली।
चलो दोनों, वाह यार कमाल हो यार तुम दोनों।
ओ ये टॉवल है। जीने के है 4 दिन।
जाए 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 एक बार जो जाए जवान फिर ना आए।
दीदी आपको डांस कैसा लगा?
बहुत अच्छा था।
अच्छा था।
अगला वाला
टफ तो है
ये
टाइगर है। टाइगर।
दिस इज टाइगर।
दोनों ही ने सही पकड़ा। चलिए ये पूरा एक दूसरे के हाथ में क्या चल रहा है?
ये चांस में डांस कर रहे हैं।
चलो ये अभी क्या है?
ये सब पे नजर रखती है।
After a fun segment with Varun Dhawan and Kriti Sanon in the show, host Salman Khan dropped a hint that Varun Dhawan will embrace fatherhood soon.
Thank you भाई पर इसका क्या मतलब है कि ये
अपने बच्चे के लिए
तो मेरा बच्चा हुआ नहीं
ये आया तो वो भी हो जाएगा।
For the Anwars, Varun married his childhood sweetheart Natasha Dalal in an intimate ceremony in 2021. The actor has opened up about his heartwarming story multiple times and also revealed that Natasha had once rejected him. In fact, on Coffee with Karan, Varun had also spoken about his wife Natasha in detail when he was asked about his marriage.
You pretty much married your college sweetheart.
It's been a school sweetheart. It's been amazing. I think she's the best thing that's happened to me in my life. She's the balancing factor of my life, and she doesn't even ask for much, she doesn't demand much. She just wants my time. She's just amazing.
After promoting his film Bhediya, Varun also took to social media to share a reel with Salman Khan post visiting the sets of Big Boss 16.
पर क्या करूं मेरा दांत का पापी पेट बोले मर रहे हो क्यों तुम खाओ इमाम अजीब था बेकाम सा.
On work front, Varun Dhawan was last seen in Juk Juk Jio.
तुम दोनों बिना शर्माए एक साथ बताओगे कि तुम्हें एक दूसरे से क्या चाहिए?
डिवोर्स.
विनी की शादी के लिए घर जा ही रहे हैं। उसकी शादी हो जाने तक इस डिवोर्स के डिसीजन के बारे में किसी को नहीं बताएंगे।
And now he's all set to return to the big screen with Bhediya.
तो देखा नहीं जा रहा है।
मुझसे भी नहीं।
सेब समझ के चुत्तर चबा गया मेरे भाई का।
लोगों को ऊंचा सुनाई देता है ना, मुझे नीचा सुनाई दे रहा है। खुशबू बदबू में बदल गई और बदबू खुशबू में।
जी, क्या कर रहा है?
इच्छाधारी भेड़िया।
इच्छाधारी तो नागिन होती है।
क्यों? सिर्फ नागिन के पास लाइसेंस है क्या इच्छाधारी होने का?
आस्की के पॉटी में से किसी इंसान की हड्डी का अंश मिला।
कल रात को क्या खाया था?
प्रकाश के साथ खाना खाया था।
हाँ खाना खाया था।
जंगल में कांड हो गया.
आस्की क्या छुपा रहे तुमसे?
कुछ हुआ नहीं है मुझे।
हुआ है। मैं कह रहा हूँ ना नहीं हुआ है कुछ।
जिसका डर था ना वो शुरू हो गया।
The film is directed by Amar Kaushik and stars him along with Kriti Sanon and Abhishek Banerjee among others.
मेरा इलाज नहीं हुआ ना तो मैं लोगों को खाता फिरूंगा। भेड़ियों से काटा हुआ इंसान फिर से नॉर्मल कैसे हो सकता है?
This is impossible.
The horror comedy is set to release in theaters on November 25th. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
यही चड्डी पहन के कल रात को फूल खिला था। एकदम पीछे से फटी हो गई थी।
From Karan Johar's adorable kids Yash and Ruhi dancing and singing to Disco Divane to Sonam Kapoor giving a glimpse of his son Vayu's jungle-themed nursery. It's time to check out what is keeping our celebrities busy. Here's our popular segment, What's Trending.
Yeah.
Yash, what are you singing?
Disco Divane.
Karan Johar is quite the doting father and loves spending time with his children Yash and Ruhi. The filmmaker shared a new video on social media as his kids sang and danced to their version of Disco Divane from Student of the Year.
Wow.
Oh,
okay.
Along with the video, Karan wrote and we quote, "This is the third version of Disco Divane. Please take a note, Vishal Dadlani and Shekhar.
डिस्को दीवानी है आहा आहा वैशाली हा मिहा तो मिहा नाचेगा सा जिंगोए ससे नाचलाही and sasense disco divani.
Composer and singer Vishal Dadlani was quick to respond to this video of Karan and he wrote, "Amazing, this is the very best one, if you ask me." Meanwhile, on work front, Karan Johar is now gearing up for the release of his next directorial venture, Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani, starring Alia Bhatt, Ranveer Singh, Jaya Bachchan, Shabana Azmi and Dharmendra. The film will now release in theatres on April 28, 2023 instead of 10th February. He shared the new release date through a statement on social media. With Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani, Karan Johar will be making his comeback as a director after a gap of 7 years. His last directorial venture was Ae Dil Hai Mushkil back in 2016, which featured Ranbir Kapoor, Anushka Sharma and Aishwarya Rai Bachchan in key roles.
मेरे महबूब नमक मुझसे पहली सी मोहब्बत
मेरे महबूब नमक.
A picture from the 80s actors reunion is out. The event, which was attended by over 30 celebrities from both Bollywood and South Indian film industry, was hosted by Jackie Shroff and Poonam Dhillon. The list included Chiranjeevi, Venkatesh, Khushbu, Shobna, Revati, Meenakshi Seshtri, Tina Ambani and Madhu, along with Anupam Kher, Anil Kapoor, Vidya Balan and Raj Babbar. The last 80s reunion took place in 2019 and it was held in Hyderabad and was hosted by Chiranjeevi at his residence. The event came to a halt due to the COVID-19 pandemic but was revived again this year. Sonam Kapoor Ahuja took to social media to share pictures from her son Vayu's jungle-themed nursery, and it includes toys, comfy rugs, lamps and even cozy cot. Sharing the same, Sonam posted a long note thanking all those who helped her put it together. She wrote, and we quote, "This post is an appreciation post for the people who helped my mom and I put together everything for the arrival of my baby boy." Thanking her mom, Sunita Kapoor, and sister Riya Kapoor, the actress further wrote, "Most importantly, I would like to thank my mama, Sunita Kapoor, who moved heaven and earth for everything. I love you, mama. Special thanks, Riya Kapoor." Among those who reacted to Sonam Kapoor's son, Vayu's nursery, was also Meera Kapoor, who wrote, "This is so lovely." Even Lisa Hayden took to social media to praise a jungle-themed nursery. Kajal Agarwal too reacted with red heart emojis. We're slipping into a very short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club. There are other big newsmakers as well and are all from regional cinema. Take a look at our top trending segment up south.
Myself Gory. To fly, sir. Paraka.
I don't think you belong here.
Sir,
Dulquer Salman recently celebrated 1 year of release of his crime drama, Guru, with a special note and pictures which he shared on social media. The actor wrote, celebrating 1 year of Guru, the biggest game changer for us at Wayfarer Films. A film that gave us the courage and guts today believe in our collective dreams. Today as a company, I believe we can attempt anything and we will see it through, and you give all spectacular, memorable movie experiences. Dulquer even thanked his cast and crew and the audience for their love and support. Meanwhile, Dulquer Salman was recently seen in psychological thriller Chuk.
Critics ka critic.
And Sita Ramam, which received positive response from fans and critics. The actor will also be back in Malayalam industry as producer and main lead in an upcoming action thriller titled King of Kotha, which is bankrolled under his home banner, Wayfarer Films.
Meekeppadaina rendu gunde chappulu viniపించాయా? బిడ్డను కడుపులో మోస్తున్న తల్లికి మాత్రం.
Samantha Ruth Prabhu starrer Yashoda, which recently released, has been receiving a tremendous response from the audience. Commemorating the great start, the actress along with the director duo Hari and Harish, the team posed for a selfie at the actress's house. Yashoda has collected over 4 crore rupees in India on the second day and is heading for a big opening in the US.
షారుఖ్ ఖాన్, ఆమిర్ ఖాన్, కరణ్ జోహార్, శిల్పా శెట్టి, సన్నీ లియోని వీళ్ళంతా సర్కిట్ పేరెంట్సే.
Despite having a limited release, the movie is in the top 5 grossing films in Singapore.
అంతే కళ్ళే తిరిగేవి. పాపం పిచ్చి పిల్ల ఎక్కడుందో ఏంటో.
Besides Samantha, Yashoda also stars Rao Ramesh, Uni Mukundan, Varalakshmi Sarath Kumar, Murali Sharma, Shatru, and Priyanka Sharma among others.
It's a planned murder. ప్రపంచం 4 వైపుల నుంచి వస్తున్న 122 మంది లేడీస్ పేర్లు బయటకు వచ్చాయి. They are all super rich women.
Jyotika will be making her Bollywood comeback with the upcoming drama title Kathal the Core. She will be sharing screen space for the first time with superstar Mammootty. Helmed by the great Indian kitchen fame filmmaker Geo Baby, the shooting for the film is currently underway. Recently, Surya visited the sets of the film. Mammootty even shared a photo of the three and wrote, "Happy to have hosted Dear Surya at the location of Kathal the Core." As far as Mammootty's other upcoming projects are concerned, he will be seen playing a key role in Agent, starring Akhila Keneni. Interestingly, this will be his first Telugu movie after Yatra.
So you have to obey party orders.
Mammootty is also working on Bilal. The gangster drama is a sequel to the 2007 film titled Big B and will feature the National Award winner in the titular role.
Bilal John Gurisinja. കൊച്ചി പഴയ കൊച്ചിയില്ലെന്നറിയാം, പക്ഷേ ബിലാല് പഴയ ബിലാല് തന്നെ.
Hansika Motwani, who is all set to essay a double role in an upcoming horror thriller, was spotted wearing ethnic as she offered her prayers at Chennai's Kalikambal temple. The film, which is tentatively titled Production Number 7, went on floors in October and is being helmed by R. Kannan and also stars Shri Sarvanan. Meanwhile, on personal front, Hansika and Sohail Katuria will reportedly get married on December 4th in the presence of her friends and family members. According to reports, the couple's wedding will take place in a palace in Jaipur and it will be live streamed on an OTT platform. That's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Watching India Today.
"35 pieces of Shraddha across the capital. Spine-chilling murder shocks India. He hacked her, froze her, scattered her. Butchered his girlfriend, scattered her parts. Aftab's act has curdled India's blood. A crime that'll keep India up tonight.
For reporting on that brutal, shocking murder from Delhi that's come to light today, we're getting you all the details of how a young girl, Shraddha, was brutally murdered by the man she loved. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get you the headlines this Monday afternoon. Shocking, brutal murder from Delhi comes to light. A girl, Shraddha, was killed, her body cut into 35 parts and dumped by lover Aftab. She went missing 5 months ago. Potholes claim another life in Karnataka, where a 37-year-old has been killed after being killed by a truck while trying to avoid a pothole in Mandya. Controversial remark by BJP MP who says he will bring along a JCB and bring down a bus stand in Mysuru, claiming it looks like a dome of a mosque. NCP Neta Jitendra Awad lands in another controversy. FIR has been filed for alleged sexual assault on a woman. Resigns as MLA to protest witch hunt. Prime Minister Modi leaves for Indonesia to attend the G20 Summit. He will formally take over as India's G20 chairman, or India's G20 chairmanship is starting for 2023. In total of 45 hours, he will have 20 engagements. We're getting you all the details and sidetrack into the most chilling murder of Delhi. The accused, Aftab, did not change flat even after he brutally killed Shraddha. He used to live in the same flat and go to work. That's what they're picking up as far as the murder of young Shraddha is concerned. Pictures of the victim and of the accused on your screens right now. Both of them were lovers. They met in Mumbai. They would work in a call center. Then they moved to Delhi, were living in Delhi's Chhatarpur area in a flat. Shraddha's family members did not approve of a relationship with Aftab. Aftab, in a chilling confession, has said that he strangulated Shraddha and murdered her because she was pressurizing him for marriage. Showing how Aftab actually went about his work just like nothing had happened. Remember, the man on your screens right now is the man who killed Shraddha, strangulated her, and then chopped her body into 35 pieces. For 18 days together, he would in fact throw different parts of the body, different parts of Delhi, and he would start doing this at about 2 a.m. in the wee hours. Chilling murder in Delhi city. A young girl murdered by her lover for pressuring him to get married. According to the police, Shraddha was murdered by her lover Aftab and her body was cut into 35 pieces, which the accused Aftab threw all around the national capital. Aftab Amin Poonawala strangled Shraddha and just put her chopped body parts in a fridge. He would then step out at 2 a.m. every day to dump the body parts. He threw pieces for about 16 days in a row across Delhi. Shraddha was murdered 6 months ago by Aftab, and now the cops finally have cracked the case, and reportedly the accused Aftab has confessed to the crime. The couple had met in Mumbai at their workplace, but because it was an interfaith relationship, they left their homes and moved to Delhi. Shraddha reportedly was pressuring Aftab to marry her, but he didn't want and murder her in this gruesome manner. The Delhi police are now looking for the body parts which Aftab threw in various places of the city.
ये फ्रिज खरीद करके आफ्ताब लाता है, उसके बाद फ्लैट में इस फ्रिज को रखता है, उसके बाद श्रद्धा की बॉडी के लगातार वो टुकड़े करता है, उन टुकड़ों को इस फ्रिज में वो रखता है और जैसा पूछताछ में उसने बताया है कि एक एक टुकड़ा रोज वो फ्रिज से निकालता था, पॉलीथीन में डालता था, उसके बाद बैग में उसे रखकर तकरीबन रात को 2 बजे आफ्ताब अपने फ्लैट से निकलता था और छतरपुर के आसपास जो जंगल है वहाँ रोजाना एक टुकड़ा फेंकता था। बॉडी पार्ट को वो पॉलीथीन में ज़रूर लेकर जाता था, लेकिन जब वो फेंकता था बॉडी पार्ट का टुकड़ा तो पॉलीथीन से निकाल कर फेंकता था ताकि आसानी से जल्दी जो बॉडी है वो डिस्पोज ऑफ हो सके, कोई जानवर उसे खा सके। तो बाकायदा हत्याकांड को अंजाम देता है। सोची साजिश के तहत वो फ्रिज, ये काफ़ी बड़ा 300 से 350 लीटर का ये फ्रिज है, वो लेकर के आता है। उसके बाद बॉडी पार्ट के जो टुकड़े हैं वो इस फ्रिज में रखता है और रोजाना जो अभी तक जानकारी मिली है तकरीबन 16 से 17 दिन वो एक एक टुकड़े इस फ्रिज से निकाल करके छतरपुर के जंगलों में फेंकता है। तो एक तो जघन्य हत्याकांड, श्रद्धा की गला दबा के वो हत्या करता है, उसके बाद लाश के पास बैठकर वो घंटों ये सोचता है कि कैसे लाश को ठिकाने लगाना है। सूत्रों के मुताबिक जो आफ्ताब है उसने सेफ का कोर्स भी किया हुआ है, इस वजह से उसे एक्सपीरियंस था, इस वजह से उसने बाकायदा एक हथियार लाया घर के अंदर और जो बॉडी पार्ट है उसके टुकड़े किए और उसके बाद फ्रिज में रखा और इस तरीके से जो बॉडी पार्ट है उसको ठिकाने लगाने का प्लान उसने बनाया।
We're getting in these pictures of the flat in which Shraddha and the accused Aftab stayed for weeks together before this gruesome murder took place. This is the flat in which Aftab also went on to murder his live-in partner Shraddha, the most gruesome fashion. We've described that for our viewers already. The body was in fact chopped into 35 pieces. And Arvind also got this report of the manner in which he actually bought a new fridge, kept the body parts therein, and then went about his work, went about business, continued to live in that flat like nothing had happened. Pictures of the flat in Delhi's Mehrauli, where the accused lived along with the victim, accused Aftab Poonawalla, with Shraddha. My colleague Rahul is getting us more details. Rahul, give us a sense of how this case took such a long time to be filed, given that this woman had disappeared. The family members have repeatedly spoken about the fact that she was not putting regular updates on social media, and that's when they filed a complaint. But it's taken about 5 months for the police to crack the case.
Absolutely, Sneha. And the main reason behind this delay is this fact that the victim here was not on talking terms with her family, given the fact that she was not happy that her family members were not approving this relationship with Aftab, and therefore she had moved along with Aftab, and thereafter, she stopped talking to them. It was only after a certain amount of time when she stopped updating her social media profile, her parents realized that she was not updating, and there hasn't been any whereabouts about the girl, and therefore they filed a missing complaint with Mumbai police, and later on Mumbai police contacted Delhi police, and following which Aftab, who was the live-in partner of Shraddha, he was taken into custody. Initially, he tried to mislead Delhi police, saying that Shraddha had left him a couple of months back, and he was, she was not in touch with him. However, when police put Aftab, to intense questioning, and it was then only, he spilled the bean, he confessed the crime, he said, and he narrated these gory and gruesome details as to how on 18th of May, he first strangulated Shraddha, and then over the course of 18 days, he chopped off body and in fact used to dispose of these body parts in various, forest areas of Mehrauli. In fact, this Chhatarpur area, which he has clearly mentioned, where he used to go at a very lean period. He used to walk around 2 a.m. or early in the morning in order to avoid detection and suspicion, and used to throw body pieces wrapped in plastic bags. And this he did for almost 18 days after 18th of May. And then, he tried to keep a very low profile. However, given the fact that victim's family approached Mumbai...
Oh, then again, be with us, Rahul Gautam. We're getting the inside track into the most chilling murder of Delhi. Both Aftab and Shraddha had come to Delhi on the 8th of May early this year. After that, one night they stayed in a hotel in Paharganj. Well, they stayed at the hostel in Saijadullah Jab. Well, all the locations were reached by searching on Google is what we are learning. So they left Mumbai, came to Delhi on the 8th of May, and 10 days later, Rahul, Shraddha is murdered in this fashion. Family members weren't really in touch, and that's why all of this delay has taken place, is what you're telling us.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as I was telling you earlier also, because of the fact that Shraddha's family were not approving this relationship and were objecting to it, therefore Shraddha moved with Aftab here in the national capital to this South Delhi part area, wherein they first stayed at a hotel in Saijadullah, and later on they moved in this apartment in Chhatarpur. And obviously, you rightly pointed out that on 18th of May, when this crime took place, and then for over the course of next 18 days, he was able to dispose of the entire body. This only shows that how confident he was after that, he will not be able to get detected, and he'll be able to evade arrest. as far as police is concerned, what police sources are telling us that Aftab is a well-read guy, he's an educated person, and he clearly knew what he was doing. So therefore, it seems that as far as Delhi police is concerned, they clearly believe that they have a very watertight case. There are electronic footprints, there are mobile locations, which are going to have a very watertight case. Although he has confessed to the crime, there are many things which are yet to be recovered. For example, the murder weapon, the weapon that was used to top off the body is yet to be recovered. Then there are a couple of body parts which are still need to be recovered. And then only you can expect that as people are demanded, people are demanding stringent action and punishment for Aftab, saying that we should set up precedent for coming times for such gruesome cases.
You know, Rahul, what I also want to know from you is that all this while, in the last 5 months or so, Aftab continued to live in the same house. When is it that the police really suspected his hand in all of this? What was he doing for 5 months? Where was he working?
See, all these are initial details, but as I was telling you earlier also, when Mumbai police contacted Delhi police, it was then only police started, searching for Shraddha, and then, connecting dots, they were able to, spot on and detect Aftab, because as neighbors were telling police officials that it was one person, they were live-in partner called as Aftab, who used to stay with Shraddha, and then only police was able to nab Aftab. Also, we have to understand that police was obviously taking a lot of help and assistance from cyber teams. They were trying to establish a clear footprint as far as electronics are concerned, as far as retail footprints are concerned, and then only they were able to nab Aftab. Also, I must tell you that when Aftab committed this gruesome crime, he in fact changed this flat, and in fact he moved on. He moved along with one of his friends. This is what we are learning, however, yet to be confirmed. But this is how he was able to, evade arrest at that point of time. He was able to avoid detection from Delhi police, and also he was trying to change his places, where he was staying very frequently in order to avoid arrest. But one thing is very important here, as I was telling you earlier also, what police sources are telling us that it was a premeditated plan. It was a well-planned conspiracy where Aftab clearly knew what he was doing. Therefore, he bought this fridge, this freezer, in order to, preserve these body parts. In order to avoid odor and smell, he used to have agarbattis and incense sticks. So this only shows that how he was clearly confident that he'll be able to get away with it. But thanks to Delhi police and they were able to nab Aftab. In fact, now he has already confessed to the crime, and in fact, there are many things that have already been recovered. It's a watertight case as far as Delhi police is concerned, and in fact, as many people are saying, you can expect that it is going to be a precedent. What we are learning for criminals to who could do and who could think of doing such gruesome activities.
Be with us, Rahul. Come back to you for more on that horrific story that you're telling us about. Let's get you details of how this crime really was carried out. 35 pieces of Shraddha across Delhi. That's how he managed to dispose of this body. Aftab met Shraddha in Mumbai. Both of them worked at a call center in Mumbai. The couple then moved to Delhi city. They lived in Delhi's Mehrauli area. Both of them were living together in a rented accommodation. In Mehrauli, Shraddha was strangled by Aftab. The body was then chopped into 35 pieces. Pieces of body were disposed of in Chhatarpur. Again, the pieces of the body were disposed of in a forest area in Mehrauli where there is a green cover essentially. Let's take a look at this report that has been filed by my colleague Rahul Gautam.
I'm reporting from Chhatarpur forest area, and this is the place where you can see it is being said that Aftab used to come and dispose of the body parts of Shraddha. It is being said that he used to step out from his residence at around 2 a.m. or early in the morning in order to avoid any suspicion and detection. Now, as you can see, this is a very dense area with no presence of humans here, and it is absolutely circulated area, and therefore it was an apt area for Aftab to dispose of the body pieces. This case and the gruesome details of this particular incident have actually shocked the national capital, and people are demanding stringent action and punishment for Aftab to set a precedent for the coming times. In New Delhi, this is Al Gautam reporting for India Today.
Getting you details of how this man on your screens, Aftab Amin Poonawalla, disposed of the body of Shraddha, a woman that he claimed that he was in love with. Shraddha, in fact, was asking him to wanted to get married to him. Remember, this was a relationship which was against, in which Shraddha went against her family members, essentially. And that's the reason why it's taken such a long time, 5 months, for the police to, in fact, crack this case, because the family members did not hear from their daughter and also did not see any updates on social media, and that's when they suspected that something was wrong.
How did this crime actually come to light?
This crime came to light after Mumbai police contacted us regarding the missing of a girl who hailed from Mumbai. The father of the deceased had approached Mumbai police saying that the girl is not traceable, and the Mumbai police came to us saying that she used to live in our area. So we traced the live-in partner, and finally this thing was disclosed.
Has the main accused, Aftab, the sole accused in this case, has he confessed to the crime, and did he tell you that he chopped this body and used to dump pieces in nearby Meroli forest?
Initially he was dodging. He was saying that they had a fight and the girl had run away. She was no longer with him. But after sustained interrogation, she said he accepted that he had murdered the girl.
So, prima facie, what do you believe? Was it a pre-planned murder or something that happened in the heat of moment?
I would say prima facie, this was a live-in issue. Then they had fights, and on one day this thing got out of hand, and he murdered the girl.
So when did this crime actually happen?
It happened in mid of May.
In mid of May?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you recovered the weapon that were used in this crime?
The case is still under investigation. We have recovered a lot of things. Let's see what happens.
Okay. And is it true that he used to, step out at 2 a.m. Early morning or late night so that to avoid detection?
Yeah, he used the lean period of the night to go out and dump the pieces.
Okay. Are you also now looking into the digital footprints, e-footprints to establish the case?
We are going into all angles. We have also roped in the FSL regarding this, and we will see the digital footprints also. Besides these, the material evidences that we have.
Are you also going to explore the possibility of a love angle jihad in this case?
Everything is under investigation. Let's see what comes up.
This is a very serious offense and very gruesome. A murder took place in the capital. And I hats off to the investigating team who has worked out this case. Even it was apparently a blind case, and the complainant's family also, they pursued it. And that I must tell you, then investigation is carried out on the basis of the clues which are available, physical evidences which are available with investigating agency, and with the joining and taking all together these evidences and following up. Then that definitely reach to the real culprit, and in this case, the police has, I think, reached to the real culprit, and they will be investigating this case with more and more hard work, so that this case is sent after investigation, sent to the court for trial, and during trial also, the punishment as per law should be given to the culprit, because this is high time that such type of cases must be stopped. And only these will can be stopped when the real culprits are punished according to our law of our land.
In this case, Shraddha died before her time, and it should be an eye-opener. This is absolutely shocking, a cold-blooded, deliberate murder. One word was used, lover. Aftab is by no stretch of imagination is he a lover. Had he been a lover, he could not even have done this to an animal. The fact that Aftab did it to Shraddha means that he was there only to exploit her and make the fullest possible use of Shraddha. I feel sorry for Shraddha and her family, but yes, through your program, through your channel, I would like the nation and the people to understand the vicious traps and the vicious honey traps that are laid down for our girls, and then they are lured, ensnared, taken away, converted, and if things fall apart, then they are murdered. And I have seldom, in fact, I have never heard of a case that the body is chopped into pieces and thrown piece by piece. I would certainly say that Aftab, his psychosomatic studies should be done, as also the strongest possible legal steps should be taken against him. Obviously, it is possible that he did all this alone, but whoever are willing accessories to the crime, they need to be taken to task also.
Spine-chilling details that we have accessed. Aftab strangled Shraddha in mid-May using a saw to chop Shraddha's body. 35 body parts kept in a fridge with a capacity of 300 liters. The body pieces were disposed of over a period of 18 days or so. He would step out around 2 a.m. every day to throw body parts, and then he put these body parts in a plastic bag and then threw them around Delhi, mostly in a forested area in Mehrauli. My colleague Akshita spoke to psychiatrists and mental health experts to figure out what could be the reasons behind this heinous crime and crimes of this nature.
Dr. Visput, if I could begin with you. Good afternoon. You worked with convicts, with murder convicts, serial killers in Tihar. And I think the question largely that everyone's asking right now is, how does someone actually go to this extent of not just committing a murder, but attempting to cover it up in the most gruesome manner possible? And more often than not, the answer people tend to offer is mental health issues. Is that the case?
In every case, the mental health issues is not the problem, but what we learned in psychiatry is there is antisocial personality disorder or antisocial personality, in which the people having such antisocial personality, they have absolute disregard towards law. They cannot respect people, they cannot follow the rules and regulations, and they can hurt people in any way and can do any serious crime. So I think the murderer might be having such issue, because of which he murdered his girlfriend, and he did not think anything about disposing of such body in such a heinous way.
Rahul Gautam continues to be with us, getting us all of those details from Mehrauli. Rahul, in fact, to tell our viewers, parts of the body was scattered in this forested area, this green cover in Mehrauli is what you're telling us. Apart from that, did you also move outside of Mehrauli to scatter the body parts? What are the police really indicating? What more can you share with us at this point in time?
Well, police is certainly, telling us that this man, Aftab, clearly knew what he was doing. In fact, he did this, with a very deliberate, intention of not just killing Shraddha, but in fact, as to how he's going to dispose of her body. And that's why he bought this 300-liter, fridge. In fact, he was also, keeping a very low profile in order to avoid any detection and suspicion. In fact, what police sources are also telling us that he always used to walk around at around 2 a.m. or early in the morning, to dispose of these body parts, to detect, to avoid detection and suspicion. See, we have to really understand that Aftab and Shraddha, they were live-in partners, and in fact, given the fact that Shraddha's family were not approving this relationship, that's why she relocated herself from Delhi to the national capital. And when she came here along with Aftab, within 10 days she was murdered. And it was a very cold-blooded murder, as police is clearly indicating that not just he murdered on 18th of May Shraddha Aftab. In fact, over the course of next 18 days, since he was a chef, he knew how to chop off, mutton, and therefore he was able to, commit this part, and he was able to, completely dispose and dump her body. See, we have to understand that as far as police is concerned, Aftab has already confessed to the crime, and in fact, he has no remorse or repent as far as this killing is concerned. In fact, he is only trying to justify what he had done, and in fact, so therefore, as far as police is concerned, they're clearly telling us that they have a very watertight case, given the fact that there's a confession of a criminal. Then they have already recovered, many body parts of Shraddha, and although the weapon, the cleaver, which were used to chop off the very body of Shraddha. It is yet to be recovered, but otherwise they have recovered all the crucial evidence which is going to indict Aftab. So you can say that this case has certainly shocked the entire national capital with these gory details, with these gruesome details coming out with every year. But also, now people are demanding that a very strict punishment should be given to Aftab in order to set an example for coming times.
Rahul, what I also want to ask you is that what are the neighbors in this area saying? I believe that there were screams. They were in a fight the night this happened, and then he strangulated her. Did the neighbors not have any whiff? What was really going on as far as this particular flat and the neighbors of Aftab and Shraddha is concerned?
Well, we've been speaking with neighbors, and they're clearly telling us that Aftab was a very introvert kind of person. In fact, he wasn't on talking terms with any of his neighbors. He always used to keep a very low profile. And in fact, this is what we are learning from ground zero, that the day Aftab murdered Shraddha, the same day he also ordered food from an online food delivery platform. And this only shows that how normal he was. In fact, this is how he was able to avoid detection and suspicion, even though he had already committed a cold-blooded murder, but he was able to calm his nerves, and therefore, even after the killing, he stayed in the same flat, and in fact, later on, he moved from this very flat, and that's how he was able to, cover up this crime for at least 5 months. As far as family members are concerned, we are trying to get in word from them, but as I was telling you earlier also, it was only after Shraddha stopped updating her social media profiles, they got suspicious, and thereafter they filed this missing complaint, following which this entire case came to the fore, this crime came to the fore, and you can expect that any time from now, the family members are likely to speak with media persons as well.
This is disturbing at so many levels, Rahul. You just told us, and I actually can't believe it that you said that he ordered in food and had a good dinner or whatever he did after this gruesome murder. Just speaks volumes of how normal he thought this is going to be and how he's going to in fact get away. But at the end of the day, we know what the truth is. I'm just wondering what the family members of both here, Aftab and Shraddha, would be really going through. Also, give us a sense of where the families are. Essentially, are they in Mumbai, Aftab's family and Shraddha's family?
Well, this is what we are learning, that their families are from Mumbai itself, and in fact, they both met, there only in Mumbai. Shraddha used to work in a call center, while Aftab used to work as a chef. And in fact, initially, after a few, days, they decided that they're going to, stay together, which was obviously objected by Shraddha's family. And later on, when her family didn't approve this relationship, Shraddha decided to go along with Aftab, and then they relocated to the national capital, stayed at a hotel first inside Udaipur, in South Delhi, and later on they rented out this property, and it was here only where this crime was committed.
We'll connect with Rahul once again. We're getting you all the details of how this crime was executed by Aftab Amin Punawala, in which he chopped off the body of Shraddha, his live-in partner. On your screens, the accused, who has now been arrested, confessed to the crime. Also, that fridge that he bought, a new one, in fact, to keep the parts of the body, 35 pieces of the body of young Shraddha. Unsuspecting, she was in love, wanted to marry this man, and this is what he did to her. These are horrific, very, very disturbing details that are emerging in this murder case. This murder took place 5 months ago. Arvind Doja has more details on that. Arvind, पड़ोसियों को ये भनक नहीं हुई कि कुछ गलत हुआ है, श्रद्धा किधर है? फैमिली मेंबर्स ने पुलिस को क्या इंडिकेट किया 5 महीने पहले जब उन्होंने देखा कि सोशल मीडिया पर श्रद्धा पोस्ट नहीं कर रही है? उन्होंने क्या पुलिस को ये नहीं बताया कि ये अपने फ्रेंड के साथ या अपने बॉयफ्रेंड के साथ चली गई है? 5 महीने तक ये केस क्रैक हुआ कैसे नहीं?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए मैं आपको बताऊं कि श्रद्धा की फैमिली को ये जानकारी थी कि आफ्ताब के साथ वो मुंबई से चली गई है और दिल्ली में रह रही है। सोशल मीडिया के जरिए वो अपडेट्स लेते रहते थे, लेकिन जब वो अपडेट्स आने बंद हो गए उसके बाद फैमिली को पहली बार ये शक हुआ। उसके बाद मुंबई पुलिस को कांटेक्ट किया श्रद्धा की फैमिली ने, और मुंबई पुलिस ने दिल्ली पुलिस को कांटेक्ट किया, जिसके बाद इस पूरे मामले का खुलासा हुआ। 8 मई को श्रद्धा और जो आफ्ताब है वो पहले दिल्ली आते हैं, उसके बाद दिल्ली के पहाड़गंज के एक होटल में रुकते हैं, उसके बाद साउथ दिल्ली के एक पहाड़गंज के होटल में रुकते हैं, उसके बाद फ्लैट जो छतरपुर का जो है वो किराए पर लेते हैं। और काफ़ी वक्त से हमें सोर्सेस से ये भी जानकारी मिली है कि मुंबई में तो दोनों काम करते थे, लेकिन यहाँ पर जॉब जो है वो आफ्ताब ही कर रहा था। उसके बाद जब मर्डर किया है तो आसपास के लोगों को पता न चले, इसलिए रूम फ्रेशनर के अलावा जो अगरबत्ती है वो भी घर के अंदर जलाता था ताकि उसकी बदबू ना फैले। उसके अलावा जो फ्रिज खरीद कर लाया था जिसमें बॉडी पार्ट्स को वो रखता था, तो वो भी एक वजह थी कि नहीं पता चला। लेकिन हैरानी की बात यह है कि मर्डर के बाद भी वो उसी फ्लैट में रहता था, जिस फ्लैट के जिस कमरे में श्रद्धा का मर्डर किया उसी में वो दिन रात रहता था। आसपास के लोगों से बातचीत नहीं करता था, एक नॉर्मल लोगों की तरह वो बिहेव कर रहा था। वो जॉब पर जाता था, अगर खाना होता था घर के अंदर तो ऑनलाइन वो सर्विस से खाना मंगाता था। तो ये तमाम चीज़ें उसने की जिससे किसी को शक न हो, और काफ़ी हद तक वो कामयाब भी रहा था स्नेहा, क्योंकि अगर 18 मई को मर्डर करता है और नवंबर में इस केस का खुलासा होता है तो कहीं ना कहीं वो कामयाबी भी हो रही थी। लेकिन यहाँ श्रद्धा की फैमिली में ने जब मिसिंग की कंप्लेन लॉन्च कराई, उसके बाद मुंबई पुलिस ने दिल्ली पुलिस से कांटेक्ट किया, उसके बाद इस पूरे मामले का खुलासा हुआ।
कहाँ पर ये काम करता था अरविंद इसके अरेस्ट के पहले? वहाँ से कुछ बोला गया है इस इंसान के बिहेवियर को लेके, अगर इस बारे में कुछ बता सकते हैं आप?
देखिए मैं आपको बताऊं, इस पूरे केस का खुलासा हुआ है और साकेत कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस किया गया था। कल 13 नवंबर को दिल्ली पुलिस ने प्रोड्यूस किया था। 5 दिन की पुलिस कस्टडी ली है आफ्ताब की दिल्ली पुलिस ने, और अभी कई इंटरोगेशन, अभी लंबी इंटरोगेशन चलेगी। आपको बताऊं कि जो बॉडी पार्ट्स है वो भी बहुत टुकड़ों में मिला हुआ है, और अगर इतने महीने बाद बॉडी पार्ट्स मिलते हैं तो आप अंदाज़ा लगा सकती हैं कि उसकी हालत कैसी होगी। अभी तक जो सर का हिस्सा है वो श्रद्धा का नहीं मिला है, तो कई ऐसे बॉडी पार्ट्स हैं जो अभी नहीं मिले हैं। जहाँ तक बिहेवियर की बात की जाए, बहुत नॉर्मल बिहेव कर रहा था वो आसपास के लोगों से। किसी कॉल सेंटर में वो काम कर रहा था। ये अभी पुलिस और डिटेल्स निकालने की कोशिश कर रही है, क्योंकि पुलिस का कहना है कि सबसे पहले ये एस्टैब्लिश करना था कि श्रद्धा जिंदा है भी या नहीं है। क्योंकि जब उससे शुरुआत में पूछताछ की गई तो उसने ये बोला कि श्रद्धा कहीं चली गई है, वो काफ़ी महीनों से मेरे साथ नहीं है। लेकिन उसके बाद जब सस्टेन इंटरोगेशन किया गया आफ्ताब से, तब उसने ये स्टेप बाय स्टेप कबूल किया कि उसने लड़ाई हुई थी, उसके बाद गला दबा करके उसकी हत्या कर दी, उसके बाद उसकी बॉडी को चॉप किया, फ्रिज में रखा, और हर रोज़ एक बॉडी पार्ट्स वो पास के जंगल में फेंकता था। तो अभी ये खुलासा हुआ, अभी बहुत सी चीज़ें इस्टेब्लिश करनी है। जो बॉडी पार्ट्स के टुकड़े मिले हैं उसकी डीएनए सैंपलिंग भी कराएगी, फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट से उसकी जांच कराई जाएगी। तो अभी ये लॉन्ग प्रोसेस है दिल्ली पुलिस का, लेकिन ये ज़रूर था कि मर्डर के बाद वो उसी फ्लैट में रह रहा था, फ्रिज भी वहीं पर मौजूद था, और उसी कमरे में सो रहा था जिस कमरे में उसने श्रद्धा का मर्डर किया था।
बहुत ही डिस्टर्बिंग डिटेल्स आ रहे हैं। ये एक फूड ब्लॉगर हैं अरविंद, बोला जा रहा है कि ये मुंबई में काफ़ी एक्टिव फूड ब्लॉगिंग करता था, और ये एक शेफ भी है बाय प्रोफेशन। इस क्रिमिनल के बारे में और क्या बताना चाहेंगे आप, क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है आपके पास?
देखिए अभी तक इसका अगर कोई पास्ट क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड बात की जाए आफ्ताब की, तो अभी तक कोई पास्ट क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड वो सामने नहीं आया। हाँ ये ज़रूर है, क्योंकि हमने पुलिस के ऑफिशियल से ज़रूर पूछा कि एक 28 से 29 साल का लड़का जिसका कोई क्रिमिनल पास्ट नहीं है, वो किस तरीके से इस मर्डर को अंजाम देता है, और फिर बॉडी को डिस्पोज ऑफ करने के लिए इतना एक तरीके से काफ़ी ज़्यादा खौफनाक तरीके से उसने इस बॉडी जो डिस्पोज ऑफ करने की कोशिश की, उसका जो एक प्रक्रिया थी वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा खतरनाक थी। तो पुलिस के सोर्सेज ने हमें बताया कि दरअसल इसने सेफ का भी एक ट्रेनिंग किया हुआ है, और उससे इसको ये पता था कि किस तरीके से किसी चीज़ को काटना है और उस ट्रेनिंग का इस्तेमाल उसने अपनी गर्लफ्रेंड की बॉडी पार्ट को काटने के लिए किया। ये काफ़ी ज़्यादा शॉकिंग है और भी उससे पूछताछ हो रही है। पूछताछ में वो काफ़ी नॉर्मल बिहेव कर रहा है, उसे पछतावा तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं है, काफ़ी कूल और काम है। पुलिस से पूछताछ में पुलिस जो कुछ पूछ रही है वो बता रहा है कि किस तरीके से उसने इस पूरे हत्याकांड को अंजाम दिया।
शुक्रिया अरविंद ओझा हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। अरविंद, getting us all of those details of how this murder was executed. We'll continue to keep a very close eye on all of those developments. For the moment, we're shifting focus briefly. Under fire, NCP MLA Jitendra Hawad tenders his resignation as MLA after police registered 2 cases against him in a span of 72 hours. In one of them, he has been accused of molesting a woman. The complainant, who is a BJP worker, has alleged that she was wrongfully pushed aside during the inauguration of a new Kalwa Ghadi bridge in Mumbai's Mumbai suburb on Sunday. Awad called the charges baseless, claiming he will fight against the police brutality. Meanwhile, Awad supporters staged protests outside the Mumbai police station where the complaint was filed. This comes a week after he was arrested and then granted bail for heckling moviegoers and blocking screening of film Har Har Mahadev, alleging that the film distorted the history of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Some moviegoers were also beaten up when they protested against the disruption. An FIR was registered over this incident at the Vartak Nagar police station.
उनको लगा कि एक औरत को किस तरीके से बेइज्जत किया जाए, किस तरीके से इसकी इज्जत उछाला जाए, वो भी आज उन्होंने किया। तो इसके लिए मेरे को जब उन्होंने ऐसा पूरा पकड़ के दबा के पकड़ के जब उन्होंने मुझे बाजू में किया, तो वही मैंने आज पुलिस स्टेशन में अपना कंप्लेंट दर्ज करवाया। ये आम औरत के साथ हो या खास औरत के साथ हो, इसमें ये डिफरेंस ही नहीं होनी चाहिए कि ये आमदार ने किया है तो इसको कुछ नहीं हुआ। ये नहीं होगा और मुझे यकीन है आज के सरकार पे ऐसा होने नहीं देंगे और इनको जल्द से जल्द पनिशमेंट मिलेगा।
All of the supporters of Jitendra Awad, who are in fact creating a ruckus outside the movie theatre just a week ago, also staged a protest today outside the Mumbai police station as well.
It's not about the movie.
Some news just coming in. Karnataka Congress President DK Shivkumar is at the ED headquarters. I had sought 3 weeks, but ED again has called me, is what he said. I have submitted all documents and gone to Mahakaleshwar and Ujjain before coming to Delhi. This is DK Shivkumar on your screens, top leader of the Congress party, also heading the state unit of the Congress in poll-bound Karnataka in connection with the case of money laundering being questioned by the ED once again. In fact, the Congress continues to allege political vendetta as far as this matter against DK Shivkumar is concerned. The Karnataka Congress chief appearing before the ED once again. This is in fact in connection to the questioning with the probe as far as the National Herald case also is concerned. This is the money laundering case in which DK Shivkumar is being questioned. In fact, he's been questioned in the past as well, with the ED also recording a statement in the past.
Today they have again, I asked for 3 weeks, but today they have given me a time, asked me to come summon today. So I had gone to Mahakaleshwar Ujjain, from Ujjain directly I am coming here. Whatever we will respect them, we will respect the summons, we will respect the institution.
Dwarkanath has more details on that story. So for the second time, the statement of DKS is being recorded today, Naga.
This is regarding to the Young India case that is ongoing. ED has summoned him earlier also, but he had taken another date, and today from Ujjain he's gone to Delhi and he has appeared before them is what we are being told. And this whole month he has a series of cases that he will appear before. Once again he has to be in Delhi before ED in a different case on November 24th is what we are told. But this case was regarding the Young India case. DK Shivkumar and DK Suresh, both the brothers, were summoned. Today, DK Shivkumar has appeared, and we have to know if he's once again called or is this over yet. But what DK Shivkumar has been constantly saying is that since the time he had helped Ahmed Patel to win the Rajya Sabha election and had Gujarat MLAs over here in Eagleton Resort, the agencies have been behind him and they're only troubling him. And also he sarcastically says that because BJP loves him, hence the trouble, they're troubling him constantly is what he has said. But this month is completely dedicated to his appearance in court and ED and in front of IT also. DK Shivkumar today will be appearing before the ED for Young India case.
All right, Naga, I'm thanking you for the moment for getting us those details. More details from the state of Karnataka, where a BJP MP from Mysuru, Pratap Simha, has raked up a controversy over a dome-shaped bus stand in the city. Simha, while speaking at an event in Mysuru, said he saw photographs of the bus stand on social media and compared it to a masjid. He adds that he had told the municipality authorities to destroy this bus stand. Simha adds that if the authorities failed to act, then he would do it himself. He would bring in a bulldozer and demolish the bus stand. Meanwhile, Karnataka Congress Working President Salim Ahmed called Simha's remarks foolish while questioning whether he would demolish government offices also which have the gumbas.
ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡಾಡ್ತಿತ್ತು ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ಬಸ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಗುಂಬಸ್ಗಳು ಅದು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗುಂಬಸ್ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕ ಎರಡು ಸಣ್ಣ ಗುಂಬಸ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಸೀದಿನೇ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ KRID ಅಂತ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ 3-4 ದಿನ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ JCB ತಂದು ನಾನೇ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ತಿದ್ದೆ
I can say you are the most foolish fellow to speak on that one. Let us debate on that one throughout the country. Let us see the architecture which has been run by the government officers. Is going to demolish those government offices also? The mindset is very bad of this member of parliament. I'm very sorry for that.
The stage is set for another controversy in Karnataka. Bombay government is planning to construct 8,100 new classrooms in government schools across the state and decided to name them after Swami Vivekananda. All the classrooms will be in the same structure and color and will have sayings of Swami Vivekananda, the walls and pillars, and controversially, the chosen color is saffron. Chief Minister Bommai has hit out at the Congress for politicizing the issue, highlighting that saffron color is even there in our national flag. The Chief Minister alleged that the opposition is allergic to saffron, hence it keeps stooping low. Education Mantri BC Nagesh clarified, saying that the color, I beg your pardon, in fact has been chosen not because of the ideology it denotes, but because the architect suggested it.
ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇದು ಬಹಳ ತಳಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕೇಸರಿ ಬಣ್ಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ಧ್ವಜದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ. ಕೇಸರಿ ಕಂಡ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾರತ ಧ್ವಜದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಕೇಸರಿ. ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದರ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ವಿವೇಕಾನಂದ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸನ್ಯಾಸಿ, ಅವರು ತೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಸರಿ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಬೇರೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವಿವೇಕ ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಅಲ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡೋಕೆ ಕಲಿಬೇಕು.
ಆರ್ಕಿಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಕೇಸರಿ ಬಣ್ಣ ಹಾಕಿ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಹಾಕೋನೆ, ಆದರೆ ಆರ್ಕಿಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಹೊರತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಣ್ಣ ಹೆಂಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಕಿಟಕಿ ಹೆಂಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಬಾಗಿಲು ಹೆಂಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಮೆಟ್ಲು ಹೆಂಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಿರ್ಣಯ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಆರ್ಕಿಟೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಡಿಸೈನ್. ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಣ್ಣದ ಅಲರ್ಜಿ ಇದೆ, ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಅವರ ಧ್ವಜದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೇಸರಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದಾರೋ ತೆಗೆದಾಕೊಂಬಿಡಿ, ಬರೀ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಹೆಸರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ.
ನಾಟ್ ಅಲರ್ಜಿ, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಫ್ಲಾಗ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಅವರ್ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಫ್ಲಾಗ್. We are not allergic. We are allergic to introducing exclusive politics in this country, exclusive society in this country.
Why you are worried with the color? We don't have rooms in the schools. Students are not given uniforms. Books are not provided. Buildings are not there. Midday meal scheme is not implemented. Can't you have minimum common sense to implement this at the earliest? It is most important to look after those issues than painting saffron in the buildings. See, even the Chief Minister, I can't understand Why he is making such foolish statements?
नेहरू अध्यक्षता का कांग्रेस कमेटी रेजुलेशन की, आज भी रेजुलेशन है. आप वो लोग हिस्ट्री जानना चाहता है तो सबको पता होगा. वो उन्होंने रेकमेंड किए भगवा ध्वज होना, हमने रिक्वेस्ट नहीं किए. आज भी अपना राष्ट्रध्वज में भगवा है, केसरी है. केसरी निकलना चाहता है. केसरी निकाल करके क्या करना चाहता है? पाकिस्तान का झंडा लागू करना चाहता है, हरा लागू करना चाहता है कांग्रेस के लोग.
All right, with that, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, Shivkumar Jadeja, wife of cricketer Ravindra Jadeja, is the BJP candidate from Bhavnagar, filed her nomination today. We're telling you much more about that on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
watching India Today.
Welcome back. Shivkumar Jadeja, BJP candidate from Bhavnagar, northern Gujarat, filed her nomination today. Cricketer Ravindra Jadeja, wearing a saffron kurta, accompanied his wife Shivkumar to a BJP event before she filed her nomination. Batting for his wife, Jadeja said that Shivkumar wanted to follow the path of Prime Minister Modi. Riverba had joined the BJP in 2019 and ahead of the Lok Sabha election had sought a party ticket from Bhavnagar constituency. On Sunday, Jadeja had posted a video on Twitter calling for support for his wife. Is what we know.
बहुत ही खुशी की बात है और आप अभी देख सकते हैं कि कार्यकर्ता का जिन तरह के उत्साह है, जिन तरह की जो जंगी मेदनी है, उसी ऊपर से आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं।
करनी सेना से भी एसोसिएटेड रही हैं आप, काफी सोशल वर्क भी आप पहले कर चुकी हैं, कैसे ये सब काम आएगा आपके बीजेपी प्रत्याशी जामनगर से बनकर?
जी डेफिनेटली एक सोशल सेवा का जो एक्सपीरियंस है वो मेरे इस फील्ड में राजनीति का जो मेरा सफर शुरू होने जा रहा है उसमें डेफिनेटली मुझे ये एक्सपीरियंस है वो डेफिनेटली है।
आपके हस्बैंड भी आपको सपोर्ट दे रहे हैं इस वक्त, रविंद्र सिंह जाडेजा, उनकी तरफ से भी सोशल मीडिया पे एक मैसेज दिया गया है आपके लिए।
जी यस एज ए हस्बैंड, एज ए मेरे कोर जो पिलर है तो डेफिनेटली लाइक वो ऑलवेज सपोर्ट मुझे दे रहे हैं।
एक सवाल ये भी है कि उनकी सिस्टर भी यहाँ से कांग्रेस पार्टी में है, क्या आप कड़ा कंपटीशन घर के अंदर भी देखती हैं?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सामने कोई कंपटीशन नहीं होता है, ओनली वन भारतीय जनता पार्टी, क्योंकि गुजरात में जिस तरह से आप देख रही हैं पास्ट कई सालों से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो रुख रहा है, जनता का जो रुख रहा है भारतीय जनता पार्टी टूवर्ड्स।
सर पहले तो बताइए कि क्रिकेट की इनिंग्स आप खेलते हैं, पॉलिटिकल इनिंग्स आपकी वाइफ खेलेंगी, कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है कि मैं अपनी वाइफ के लिए आया हूं और उसके लिए मेहनत कर रहा हूं और वो भी बहुत एक्साइटेड है कि उसकी लाइफ का एक चैप्टर नया स्टार्ट हो रहा है।
बल्लेबाजी और क्रिकेट के एक्सपीरियंस से जो आपने सीखा है, तो क्या आप कोई टिप्स देना चाहेंगे रिवाबा को कि किस तरीके से पॉलिटिकल इनिंग्स खेल?
देखिए ये T20 का जमाना है तो डिफेंस का तो कोई मतलब ही नहीं है, तो पॉजिटिव और एटीट्यूड अपना पॉजिटिव रखना होगा और जितना आगे बढ़े उतना जितना वो सीख सके ये फील्ड में आके, जितना लोगों से सीख सके। और भाजपा एक ऐसी पार्टी है कि सब साथ में मिलके काम करते थे, वो उनका एक बहुत ही उनकी ताकत है कि जब वो साथ में रहते हैं तो कोई भी दूसरी पार्टियों को वो अपने ऊपर भारी नहीं होने देते, तो वही उनकी ताकत है। तो वही उनकी ताकत कामयाब रहे और अच्छा काम करे और जामनगर के लिए स्पेशली उनका विकास आगे चलता ही रहे, बस वही उम्मीद करता हूँ।
बस एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे कि आपकी बहन नैनाबाई जाडेजा भी कांग्रेस के लिए जोरों शोरों से कैंपेन कर रही हैं। हमने रिवाबा से पूछा तो वो कह रही हैं कि कोई कंपटीशन ही नहीं है बीजेपी का, तो आप मतलब किस तरीके का सपोर्ट देख रहे हैं, यहाँ वहाँ, या फिर आप एकदम मिड फील्ड पे खेल रहे हैं?
मेरा सपोर्ट आप देख ही रहे हो कि मैं किधर हूँ, मैं पूरा का पूरा भाजपा के साथ हूँ, अब उससे ज्यादा क्या चाहिए आपको?
तभी आपने नारंगी
बिल्कुल ऑरेंज।
रूपानी जी, आपने बीजेपी कैंडिडेट बनाया है रिवाबा जी को, क्या सोचकर और कितना कॉन्फिडेंस है आप?
वैसे रिवाबा पहले से ही हमारे कार्यकर्ता है, उनका परिवार भी कार्यकर्ता है और रिवाबा ने सोशल वर्क काफी कितने सालों से यहाँ जामनगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में किया है और वो यहाँ की है और रविंद्र का नाम भी यहाँ के लोग उनके फैन है, तो रिवाबा पॉपुलर है।
बीजेपी के लिए ये सेफ सीट मानी जाती है रूपानी?
दोनों सीट सेफ है और दोनों काफी वोटों से जीतेंगे।
वोटों से अनुमान लगा रहे हैं आप?
बहुत बड़ी लीड होगी।
With that, it's time for a quick break. Here on the other side, shocking, brutal murder from Delhi. Shraddha was killed, her body cut into 35 parts and dumped by lover Aftab.
You are watching India Today.
आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
Watching India Today.
"35 pieces of Shraddha across the capital. Spine-chilling murder shocks India. He hacked her, froze her, scattered her. Butchered his girlfriend, scattered her parts. Aftab's act has curdled India's blood. A crime that'll keep India up tonight.
Aftab Poonawalla, who murdered his live-in partner, sent to 5-day police custody. He chopped Shraddha's body with a saw, scattering the pieces in Delhi's Chhatarpur forest. Potholes claim another life in Karnataka. A 37-year-old killed after being mowed down by a truck while trying to avoid a pothole in Mandya. Controversial remark by BJP MP who says he will bring along JCB and bring down a bus stand in Mysuru, claiming it looks like dome of a mosque. NCP Neta Jitendra Awad lands in another controversy. FIR has been filed for alleged sexual assault of a woman. Resigns as an MLA to protest witch hunt. Prime Minister Modi leaves for Indonesia to attend the G20 Summit. He will formally take over India's G20 chairmanship for 2023. In total of 45 hours, he will have 20 engagements. We have some breaking news just coming in. Accused Aftab kept changing statements. To the Vasai police was called for statement after he had killed Shraddha in the missing case. The boy kept changing his statement, is what the police have said. It was around the month of August that a missing complaint was received by Shraddha's father. The girl's childhood friend, Lakshman Nadir, contacted the girl's father and told him that Shraddha's phone was off since May 2022 and it needs to be checked whether she's alive and what are the details of her whereabouts. The girl's father, Vikas, then filed a missing complaint. Mobile call details of Aftab and Shraddha were then pulled out. Officers investigating the case also have said that Aftab was called for statement, and he came to police station and had said that he and Shraddha stayed together in Delhi's Chhatarpur Hill area, and in May, Shraddha, after a quarrel between them, had left, and since then he didn't know where she was. The boy was bold, but he would change his statements. The FIR by the Delhi police also states in the statement of Vikas Walker that Aftab Poonawalla had been abusive and would assault Shraddha. After her mother died, she complained about Aftab's behavior to her father as well, and he had asked her to stay with him, but she returned to Aftab, and since then father and daughter had not spoken. It was only when the deceased friend Lakshman shared his suspicion with Shraddha's father Vikas Walker, he approached the police and filed a police complaint. So just getting us more details. अरविंद, ये जो शॉकिंग डिटेल्स आ रही हैं ये दिखाता है कि फैमिली को ये बात का कोई शक भी नहीं था until the time वो सोशल मीडिया में पोस्ट डालना छोड़ दिया और उनके फ्रेंड, श्रद्धा के फ्रेंड ने जाकर फादर को कंप्लेन किया कि उन्हें डर है कि श्रद्धा ठीक नहीं है। ऐसे ही पुलिस कंप्लेन फाइल किया गया। कितने बार और कैसे आफ्ताब ने अपने स्टेटमेंट्स पुलिस के आगे चेंज किए?
देखिए श्रेया, बिल्कुल, और इस तरह का मर्डर के बाद भी इस तरह का कोई बिहेव नहीं कर रहा था जिससे लोगों को पता चल सके कि आफ्ताब ने किसी का कत्ल किया है। हम कोशिश करते हैं आपको दिखाने की जो बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है इंडिया टुडे पर एक्सक्लूसिव कि आप देखिए ये जो फ्रिज सामने की तरफ आप देख पा रहे हैं, ये फ्रिज सीज किया है उस कमरे से जिस कमरे में आफ्ताब ने मर्डर किया। उसी कमरे में मर्डर के बाद भी वो रह रहा था सामान्य तरीके से, यानी श्रद्धा का कत्ल जिस कमरे में किया था आफ्ताब ने, उस कमरे में मर्डर के बाद भी रह रहा था। घर में ये फ्रिज मौजूद था। अब मर्डर के बाद वो श्रद्धा की डेड बॉडी के पास बैठकर पूरी तरह से उसने प्लानिंग की किस तरह से डेड बॉडी को डिस्पोज ऑफ करना है। उसके बाद वो ये फ्रिज खरीद करके लेकर आता है और इस फ्रिज में जो श्रद्धा है उसकी बॉडी के टुकड़े करता है और उसके बाद आपको बताऊं कि बॉडी के टुकड़े वो इस फ्रिज में रखता है, बदबू ना आए इसलिए रूम फ्रेशनर वो पूरे कमरे में डालता है, अगरबत्ती जलाता है ताकि आसपास के लोगों को पता न चले। उसके बाद इस फ्रिज से एक एक टुकड़ा वो हर रात को तकरीबन 2 बजे लेकर फ्लैट से बाहर निकलता है और छतरपुर के फॉरेस्ट एरिया में वो टुकड़ा फेंकता है। वो टुकड़ा फेंकते वक्त जो बॉडी का पार्ट्स है वो पॉलीथीन से निकालता है और बाहर फेंकता है ताकि आसानी से जो वो टुकड़ा है वो डिस्पोज ऑफ हो सके, उसको जानवर खा सके। तो इस तरह की प्लानिंग की थी, जबकि उसका कोई क्रिमिनल पास्ट नहीं है। हमने पुलिस के ऑफिशियल से ये पूछा कि सडन प्रोवोकेशन में मर्डर कई बार होता है, इस तरह के इंसिडेंट रिपोर्ट हुए हैं, लेकिन इस तरह से कोई शख्स जिसका क्रिमिनल पास्ट नहीं है वो बॉडी को कैसे डिस्पोज ऑफ करने की कितनी खतरनाक प्लानिंग कर सकता है। तो उनका कहना था कि जो आफ्ताब है वो होटल में सेफ का काम कर भी चुका है, उसे मालूम है कि किस तरीके से जो जानवर है उनके टुकड़े करने हैं। तो उस एक्सपीरियंस का उसने इस्तेमाल किया। पहले श्रद्धा का गला दबाकर मर्डर करता है, उसके बाद एक छोटा सा आरी नुमा हथियार है वो लेकर आता है, बॉडी को के पार्ट्स करता है। पड़ोस से ही जहां पर फ्लैट में रहता है राहुल गौतम, वहां पर मौजूद है हमारे सहयोगी, वो ये फ्रिज खरीद कर लेकर आता है। इस फ्रिज में बॉडी जो पार्ट्स है वो पूरा बॉडी पार्ट्स रखता है और एक एक टुकड़ा तकरीबन 15 से 18 दिन लगे थे बॉडी को डिस्पोज ऑफ करने में। एक एक टुकड़ा वो इस फ्रिज से निकालता है। उसके बाद छतरपुर का जो फॉरेस्ट का एरिया है उस फॉरेस्ट के एरिया में वो जाता है और एक टुकड़ों को फेंकता है। पूरा जब बॉडी का जो पार्ट है वो डिस्पोज ऑफ कर दिया उसने, तो उसके बाद वो एक रूटीन जिस तरह से नॉर्मल इंसान की तरह वो उसी फ्लैट में रह रहा था। फ्लैट भी उसने चेंज नहीं किया था, ये फ्रिज भी उस फ्लैट में मौजूद था, आसपास के लोगों से बातचीत नहीं करता था। जिस तरह से लगातार पहले भी जॉब कर रहा था उस तरह से जॉब कर रहा था ताकि किसी को शक न हो। और शायद यही वजह है कि जब मुंबई पुलिस ने दिल्ली पुलिस से कांटेक्ट किया और जब दिल्ली पुलिस ने आफ्ताब को डिटेन किया तो आफ्ताब ने ही बोला कि श्रद्धा तो मेरे पास नहीं है और श्रद्धा कहीं चली गई है बहुत महीनों पहले। लेकिन जब उससे सस्टेन इंटरोगेशन किया तब आफ्ताब ने ये कबूल किया कि उसने श्रद्धा का मर्डर कर दिया है और बॉडी को डिस्पोज ऑफ कर दिया है। 18 मई को ये मर्डर हुआ है। नवंबर में इसकी जानकारी पुलिस को मिलती है। कुछ बॉडी पार्ट्स रिकवर किए हैं पुलिस ने, जिसकी डीएनए सैंपलिंग कराई जाएगी। लेकिन अभी भी कई ऐसे बॉडी पार्ट्स हैं जो रिकवर नहीं कर पाई है दिल्ली पुलिस। यानी 6 से 7 महीने तक उसने मर्डर को पूरी तरह से हाइड करके रखा, न सिर्फ आसपास के लोगों से, अपने दोस्तों से, अपनी फैमिली से, जहां पर वो काम करता था उससे, कि उसने कोई मर्डर किया है। तो आफ्ताब का कोई क्रिमिनल पास्ट नहीं है, बावजूद इसके उसने एक हत्याकांड को अंजाम दिया और उसके बाद उस हत्याकांड को पूरी तरह से छिपा के रखा जब तक कि श्रद्धा के फैमिली के लोगों को श्रद्धा के एक दोस्त ने जानकारी नहीं दी, उसका सोशल मीडिया पर अपडेट्स नहीं आ रहा था, तो फैमिली को शक नहीं हुआ तब तक। और जब तक कि दिल्ली पुलिस को ये जानकारी नहीं, मुंबई पुलिस को जानकारी नहीं हुई, तो 18 मई को कत्ल करता है और नवंबर तक।
हमारे साथ ऐश्वर्या पलेवल भी जुड़ चुकी हैं। ऐश्वर्या is getting us more details on that story, joining us from inside the house where Shraddha was murdered. Arvind was also taking us through those details, showing us the fridge that was bought by Aftab Amin. Aishwarya, what more can you tell us about the kind of details that has emerged in this horrific crime?
Well, let me show you, Sarah, where I'm standing. I'm standing at the exact flat. You can see the lock here on the flat. This is the flat where they used to stay. They stayed here, and this is where the auction, the murder actually took place. You'll be able to see the lock, and I'll also show you exactly what the condition of the house is. This is the exact same house that we are showing you on India Today. This is the house where the killing took place. You'll be able to see how things are intact, things are exactly inside the house. It looks like it is a 2-bedroom flat. You'll be able to see inside. There's one door that one can see, and this is the main drawing room that we are showing you. The visuals that we are getting you are from inside the house. This is the house where they used to stay. The clothes are still on the dryer, as you can see, and it looks like the house has been left in a mess. But this is where they both used to stay, and this is the place where the murder took place. The fridge, however, has been taken out by the police as evidence, but this is the house where they used to stay. A lock has been put on the door. The police is now investigating. I'll also, in fact, show you the staircase. This is the staircase which he used to use, and he used to then go down, use this staircase, and then take the body parts out from here. These are the visuals that we are showing you of the house and of the staircase.
Be with us. I'm going to come back to you, Aishwarya, and also to Arvind for more on that chilling, horrific murder that we're getting you all the details of. A young girl was murdered by her lover for pressuring him to get married. According to the police, Shraddha was murdered by her lover, Aftab. Her body was cut into 35 pieces, which the accused Aftab then threw all around the national capital. Aftab Amin Poonawala strangled Shraddha, putting her chopped body parts in a fridge in plastic bags. He would then step out at 2 a.m. every day to dump the body parts. He threw the pieces for about 16 days in a row across Delhi. Shraddha was murdered 6 months ago by Aftab, and now the cops have finally cracked this case. Reportedly, the accused Aftab had confessed to the crime. The couple had met in Mumbai at their workplace, but because it was an interfaith relationship, they left their homes and moved to Delhi. Shraddha reportedly was pressuring Aftab to marry her, but he didn't want to and murdered her in this gruesome manner. The Delhi police are now looking for the body parts, which Aftab threw across the capital.
पहाड़ी की गली नंबर 1 का ये वही मकान है जहां पर आफ्ताब ने श्रद्धा का पहले गला घोटा और उसके बाद टुकड़े कर तकरीबन 35 टुकड़े कर यहाँ आसपास के जंगलों में फेंक दिया। मैं चाहूंगा मेरे सहयोगी मनीष आपको दिखाएं इस कमरे को। यही वो कमरा है जहां आफ्ताब ने 18 मई को इसी साल पहले श्रद्धा की हत्या की और उसके अगले 18 दिनों तक वो लाश के अलग अलग टुकड़े कर उनको दिल्ली के छतरपुर इलाके के आसपास जो जंगल है वहां पर फेंकता रहा। आप ये देख सकते हैं कि इस कमरे हालत है उसके कपड़े जो है, लड़के के कपड़े जो है वो यहाँ पर की किस तरीके जो है वो डले हुए हैं। समय उसकी जो जानकारी हमें मिली है उसके मुताबिक आराम से यहाँ पर जो अपनी जिंदगी है वो यहाँ पर आफ्ताब ने श्रद्धा की हत्या की उसी दिन उसने जोमेटो से खाना भी ऑर्डर किया। पड़ोसियों का साफ तौर पर यह कहना है कि उसका जो व्यवहार है वो बहुत नॉर्मल था, किसी भी प्रकार से वो मिलनसार नहीं था, लोगों से बात नहीं करता था। फिलहाल आफ्ताब को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। आफ्ताब ने इसी जगह पर एक 300 लीटर का फ्रिज भी खरीद कर लेकर आया था, जिसमें उसने श्रद्धा के जो बॉडी पार्ट से उनको रखा था। जो लाश है उसमें से बदबू ना निकले, इसीलिए वो तरह तरह की जो अगरबत्ती होती है, इंसेंस स्टिक्स होती हैं, उनको जलाता था ताकि जो ओडर है या जो स्मेल है लाश की उसको दबाया जा सके। छतरपुर पहाड़ी का जो इलाका है, गली नंबर 1 में ये मकान है और पुलिस का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि आफ्ताब ने अपना जुर्म कबूल कर लिया है और फिलहाल जो जानकारी हमें मिली है उसके मुताबिक उसको कोई पछतावा नहीं है अपने किए पर। 18 मई को जब यह हत्या होती है, जब गला घोट के मारा जाता है, उसके अगले 18 दिनों तक बॉडी के टुकड़े कर क्योंकि आफ्ताब एक शेफ था इसलिए वो बॉडी को शॉप करना जानता था और इसी का उसने फायदा उठाया और लगातार 18 दिनों तक अलग अलग जगहों पर डिस्पोज करता रहा। जाहिर है इस घटना ने पूरी दिल्ली को छोड़कर रख दिया है और अब लोग मांग कर रहे हैं कि सजा ऐसी हो जो नसीब बन जाए। छतरपुर पार्टी से मैं मनीष के साथ आज तक के मर्डर करने के बाद
करके आफ्ताब लाता है, उसके बाद फ्लैट में इस फ्रिज को रखता है, उसके बाद श्रद्धा की बॉडी के लगातार वो टुकड़े करता है, उन टुकड़ों को इस फ्रिज में वो रखता है और जैसा पूछताछ में उसने बताया है कि एक एक टुकड़ा रोज वो फ्रिज से निकालता था, पॉलीथीन में डालता था, उसके बाद बैग में उसे रखकर तकरीबन रात को 2 बजे आफ्ताब अपने फ्लैट से निकलता था और छतरपुर के आसपास जो जंगल है वहाँ रोजाना एक टुकड़ा फेंकता था। बॉडी पार्ट को वो पॉलीथीन में जरूर लेकर जाता था, लेकिन जब वो फेंकता था बॉडी पार्ट का टुकड़ा तो पॉलीथीन से निकाल कर फेंकता था ताकि आसानी से जल्दी जो बॉडी है वो डिस्पोज ऑफ हो सके, कोई जानवर उसे खा सके। तो बाकायदा हत्याकांड को अंजाम देता है। सोची साजिश के तहत वो फ्रिज, ये काफ़ी बड़ा 300 से 350 लीटर का ये फ्रिज है, वो लेकर के आता है। उसके बाद बॉडी पार्ट के जो टुकड़े हैं वो इस फ्रिज में रखता है और रोजाना जो अभी तक जानकारी मिली है तकरीबन 16 से 17 दिन वो एक एक टुकड़े इस फ्रिज से निकाल करके छतरपुर के जंगलों में फेंकता है। तो एक तो जघन्य हत्याकांड, श्रद्धा की गला दबा के वो हत्या करता है, उसके बाद लाश के पास बैठकर वो घंटों ये सोचता है कि कैसे लाश को ठिकाने लगाना है। सूत्रों के मुताबिक जो आफ्ताब है उसने सेफ का कोर्स भी किया हुआ है, इस वजह से उसे एक्सपीरियंस था, इस वजह से उसने बाकायदा एक हथियार लाया घर के अंदर और जो बॉडी पार्ट है उसके टुकड़े किए और उसके बाद फ्रिज में रखा और इस तरीके से जो बॉडी पार्ट है उसको ठिकाने लगाने का प्लान उसने बनाया था।
How did this crime actually come to light?
This crime came to light after Mumbai police contacted us regarding the missing of a girl who hailed from Mumbai. The father of the deceased had approached Mumbai police saying that the girl is not traceable, and the Mumbai police came to us saying that she used to live in our area. So we traced the live-in partner, and finally this thing was disclosed.
Has the main accused, Aftab, the sole accused in this case, has he confessed to the crime, and did he tell you that he chopped, this body and used to dump pieces in nearby Meroli forest?
Initially, he was dodging. He was saying that they had a fight and the girl had run away. She was no longer with him. But after sustained interrogation, she said he accepted that he had murdered the girl.
Prima facie, what do you believe? Was it a pre-planned murder or something that happened in the heat of moment?
I would say prima facie, this was a live-in issue. Then they had fights, and on one day this thing got out of hand, and he murdered the girl.
So when did this crime actually happen?
It happened in mid of May.
In mid of May?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you recovered the weapon that was used in this crime?
The case is still under investigation. We have recovered a lot of things. Let's see what happens.
Okay. And is it true that he used to, step out at 2 a.m. Early morning or late night so that to avoid detection?
Yeah, he used the lean period of the night to go out and dump the pieces.
Okay. Are you also now looking into the digital footprints, e-footprints to establish the case?
We are going into all angles. We have also roped in the FSL regarding this, and we will see the digital footprints also. Besides these, the material evidences that we have.
Are you also going to explore the possibility of a love angle jihad in this case?
Everything is under investigation. Let's see what comes up.
All the chilling details of this horrific murder. Aftab strangled Shraddha in the month of May. This is mid-May, around 18th of May. Used a saw to chop Shraddha's body. 35 body parts were kept in a fridge with a capacity of 300 liters. Body pieces were disposed of over a period of 16 to 18 days. He would step out post 2 a.m. to throw the body parts, carried body parts in a plastic bag. The body pieces were thrown across Mehrauli forest, across the green area, hoping that animals would then just eat up the body parts and there wouldn't be any signs of any sort of a murder there. Arvind is getting asked more on that. Arvind, ये कितना मुश्किल है विश्वास करना कि ये प्री-प्लान्ड नहीं था. अगर इनके बीच में झगड़ा हो रहा था, जाहिर है ये एक दिन का झगड़ा नहीं होगा. अगर ये शादी की बात पे थी, शायद ये प्लानिंग पहले की गई थी. क्या बता रहे हैं पुलिस?
ऑफ कोर्स देखिए, जिस तरह से डेड बॉडी को डिस्पोज ऑफ करने की कोशिश की गई है, फ्रिज लाया गया है, तो बिल्कुल इस बात की पॉसिबिलिटीज़ है कि पहले से जो आफ्ताब है उसने प्लानिंग की हो और उसके बाद इस मर्डर को अंजाम दिया हो. हालांकि अभी वो ये ज़रूर इनिशियल इंटरोगेशन में ये बोल रहा है, लेकिन आपको बताऊं कि 5 डेज़ की पुलिस कस्टडी मिली है दिल्ली पुलिस को. उससे ये तमाम सवाल पूछे जाएंगे क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस के जो ऑफिशियल हैं उनसे भी हमारी बातचीत हुई है. उनका भी कहना है कि ये भरोसा करना काफ़ी मुश्किल है कि जिस तरह से आफ्ताब ये बता रहा है कि सडन प्रोवोकेशन में मर्डर हो गया, लेकिन सडन प्रोवोकेशन में मर्डर हो गया है तो उसके बाद घर में फ्रिज का होना और फ्रिज में डेड बॉडी के टुकड़ों को रखना और पूरी प्लानिंग के साथ जो बॉडी पार्ट्स हैं उसको डिस्पोज ऑफ करना, नॉर्मल बिहेव करना, अपने ऑफिस जाना, ये तमाम वो चीज़ें हैं जो इशारा तो करती हैं कि ये पूरा प्री प्लान मर्डर हो, क्योंकि किस तरह के एविडेंस भी मिले. तो इस वजह से ये तमाम जो चीज़ें हैं वो कॉर्पोरेट करने की कोशिश करेगी जब दिल्ली पुलिस आगे भी पूछताछ करेगी. भी 5 डेज़ की पुलिस कस्टडी है, लेकिन बॉडी को डिस्पोज ऑफ करने के लिए हमने आपको फ्रिज भी दिखाया. फ्रिज फिलहाल पुलिस स्टेशन में सीज करके रखा हुआ है. फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट आए थे, उन्होंने यहाँ से तमाम इस फ्रिज से जो एविडेंस है वो कलेक्ट किए हैं. जो फिंगरप्रिंट है वो फिंगरप्रिंट एक्सपर्ट ने लिए हैं. तो ये तमाम एविडेंस कलेक्ट किए हैं और अभी आफ्ताब से आगे भी पूछताछ की जाएगी. अभी तक की जो पूछताछ हुई इसमें उसने सिर्फ साफ यही बताया कि उसने अकेले इस वारदात को अंजाम दिया है. लेकिन क्या मर्डर के बाद किसी से उसकी कोई बातचीत हुई थी? क्या उसने किसी को बताया था या नहीं बताया था? अभी इस तरह के सवालात और उससे किए जाएंगे. फिलहाल आफ्ताब से जहां इस वक्त मैं मौजूद हूं, इंडिया टीवी टुडे की टीम मौजूद है, यहीं पर आफ्ताब से कई सीनियर ऑफिशियल हैं, वो लगातार पूछताछ कर रहे हैं. जो आफ्ताब का सोशल मीडिया अकाउंट है वो भी खंगाला जा रहा है, जो मोबाइल फ़ोन है वो सीज कर लिया गया है, कॉल डिटेल्स निकाले जा रहे हैं. लेकिन 6 मंथ पहले ये मर्डर हुआ है स्नेहा, तो जाहिर सी बात है कई एविडेंस उनको कलेक्ट करने होंगे. अभी बॉडी के अपर पार्ट जो है बॉडी का, खासतौर पे सर की बात की जाए तो वो भी रिकवर नहीं हुआ है. तो अभी ये इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन में भी लॉन्ग प्रोसेस है. कई एविडेंस सीज किए हैं दिल्ली पुलिस ने और जो आफ्ताब है उससे इंटरोगेशन लगा.
अरविंद बने रहिए हमारे साथ. वील टॉक टू यू इन अ मोमेंट फ्रॉम नाउ. अगेन वी आर स्टेइंग विद दिस 35 pieces of Shraddha across Delhi, Mumbai. In Mumbai, Aftab met Shraddha. Both worked at a call center. The couple then moved to Delhi. In Mehrauli, in Delhi's Mehrauli, both of them took a rented accommodation and stayed there. In Mehrauli again, Shraddha was strangled by Aftab. The body chopped into 35 pieces. Now in Chhatarpur, in the same area, the pieces of the body were disposed of in a green forest area. Pieces of the body were disposed of every day for 18 days in a row by Aftab. India Today spoke to Aftab and Shraddha's neighbor exclusively. Listen in.
Dr. Visput, if I could begin with you. Good afternoon. You worked with convicts, with murder convicts, serial killers in Tihar. And I think the question largely that everyone's asking right now is, how does someone actually go to this extent of not just committing a murder, but attempting to cover it up in the most gruesome manner possible? And more often than not, the answer people tend to offer is mental health issues. Is that the case?
In every case, the mental health issues is not the problem. But what we learned in psychiatry is there is antisocial personality disorder or antisocial personality, in which the people having such antisocial personality, they have absolute disregard towards law. They cannot respect people. They cannot follow the rules and regulations, and they can hurt people in any way and can do any serious crime. So I think the murderer might be having such issue, because of which he murdered his girlfriend, and he did not think anything about disposing of such body in such a heinous way.
बिल्डिंग को सर्च कराया तो हमने तभी पूछा कि ऐसे क्या हुआ है, तो उन्होंने कहा लड़की मिसिंग है। जब नेक्स्ट डे पुलिस आई तो तब हमें पता चला कि उसने लड़की को मार के उसके टुकड़े टुकड़े कर दिए हैं और वो रोज़ उन टुकड़ों को फेंकता था। तो उससे पहले हमें नहीं पता था। अभी 3 दिन से रेगुलर पुलिस उस लड़के को यहाँ लेके आती है रूम में, उससे पूछताछ करती है। यहाँ से वो फ्रिज उठा के लेके गए हैं पुलिस, जिसमें वो लड़की के टुकड़े रख रखे थे उसने। उससे पहले हमें नहीं पता था। कभी वो किसी से बात करते ही नहीं थे। लड़की तो बाहर निकलती ही नहीं थी। लड़की तो ज़्यादातर हमारे पड़ोसियों ने, हमने किसी ने देखा ही नहीं है लड़की को। लड़की को कोई नहीं पहचानता, लड़के को ही बस देखते थे बाहर आते जाते।
So disturbing at so many levels there. You heard from the neighbor. Many of them have said that we didn't even see the girl ever. And we've seen the boy who would just go about doing his business like nothing has happened, go to work regularly. That's what Aftab Poonawala was doing after murdering his live-in partner. We have an exclusive news break in the Delhi murder case. Accused Aftab kept changing the statement that he gave to the Vasai police. It's called for a statement after he had killed Shraddha in the missing case. The boy kept changing his statement. Devesh has more details on that. How did he change his statements? What all did he tell the police to mislead them, Devesh?
Well, Sneha, after the missing complaint was received by the Manikpur police station in Vasai in Palghar district of Maharashtra, this complaint was filed by Shraddha's father, Vikas Walkar. After the complaint was received, police started analyzing the cell phone data of Shraddha Walkar and Aftab Poonawala. They learned that Aftab Poonawala had been in Delhi, and since May 2022, Shraddha's phone was switched off. There were no banking transactions that she had carried out from her bank accounts. Also, Aftab was called for his statement by the Manikpur police. He appeared before police officials. And police officials, I quote, that Sampath Patil, the senior police inspector of Manikpur police station, said that Aftab, when he appeared before the police, he was very bold and confident, but he kept changing his statements. He said that Shraddha and he had a quarrel in May 2022, after which Shraddha walked out of the house, and since then he had no idea about her whereabouts. He also said that he had been trying to contact her, but her phone was switched off. When he was again questioned regarding the same thing, he changed his statement. He changed a few facts which he had mentioned earlier. This was informed to the Mehroli police station by Manikpur police, and following that, Mehroli police in Delhi started their investigation, which later turned out to be a murder case, and it was revealed that Aftab had killed Shraddha. He had chopped her body into 36 pieces. Sneha.
Be with us. In fact, Devesh, I'm going to come back to you for more on that. We also have a reaction from the man who sold that fridge to Aftab Poonawala, who had then chopped the pieces, the body parts of Shraddha, and used that fridge, in fact, to keep those body parts.
छतरपुर की पहाड़ियों के आसपास जो जंगल है वहां पर उनको डिस्पोज करता रहा। मेरे साथ हैं तिलक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स के मालिक तिलक राज जी। इसी शॉप से एक 260 लीटर का फ्रिज लिया गया था, आफ्ताब ने खरीदा था। सर, ये बिल बुक है आपके पास, आप थोड़ा सा बताइएगा कि किस दिन वो आया था आपकी दुकान पे और कितने लीटर का फ्रिज लेकर गया था?
19 तारीख को 260 लीटर एलजी का फ्रिज लेकर के गया।
इसकी पेमेंट आपको कैसे की थी?
क्रेडिट कार्ड के
थ्रू की थी। अच्छा, 25,300 रुपए का ये पेमेंट किया था। आपको कुछ याद हो कुछ ऐसा उसकी पर्सनालिटी में जो अलग हो, या फिर वो बिल्कुल नॉर्मल बिहेव कर रहा था?
बिल्कुल नॉर्मल आदमी, जैसे नॉर्मल आप बात कर रहे हैं ऐसे नॉर्मल था, वैसे ही बात कर रहा था। ऐसे कस्टमर
कभी आपको कुछ शक शुबा कुछ ऐसा नहीं हुआ? अभी आपने बताया कि कल जब वो उसको पुलिस साथ में वो यहाँ पर आया, पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है इस पूरे मामले की, तब वो बहुत नॉर्मल लग रहा था।
हाँ बिल्कुल, जैसे नॉर्मल बैंक वैसे ही, जैसे नॉर्मल आदमी बात करते वैसे ही, कोई डर नहीं जाएंगे कुछ नहीं।
कोई पछतावा आपको नहीं लगा उसके चेहरे पर?
उसके चेहरे से तो कुछ नहीं, बिल्कुल नॉर्मल लग रहा था।
अंग्रेजी में बात कर रहा था?
नहीं, हम तो यहाँ पे हिंदी में बात कर रहा था।
तो ये थे तिलक राज जी। तिलक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स के मालिक हैं। छतरपुर मार्केट में उनकी शॉप है और इसी दुकान से 18 तारीख को ये फ्रिज को खरीदा गया, जिसमें आफ्ताब ने श्रद्धा के बॉडी के पार्ट्स को रखा और अगले 18 दिनों तक उनको पॉलिथीन में रैप करके छतरपुर की पहाड़ियों में डिस्पोज करता रहा। इस तमाम क्राइम को अब दिल्ली पुलिस ने सुलझा लिया है और अब लोग मांग कर रहे हैं कि ऐसी सजा मिले आफ्ताब को जो कि लोगों के लिए नजीर बने, लोगों के लिए एग्जाम्पल बने। छतरपुर से मैं राहुल गौतम, विजय मनीष के साथ आज तक के लिए।
We'll continue to keep a very close eye on all of those developments and horrific murder story we're getting you all the details of. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break here. On the other side of this break, another story that is developing from Maharashtra. NCP MLA Jitendra Awad lands in another controversy. FIR has been filed for alleged sexual assault and a woman resigns as MLA to protest witch hunt.
You are watching India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Watching India Today.
Welcome back. Now, under fire, NCP MLA Jitendra Awad has tendered resignation as MLA after police registered 2 cases against him in a span of 72 hours. In one of the cases, he has been accused of molesting a woman. The complainant, who is a BJP worker, has alleged she was wrongfully pushed during the inauguration of a new Kalwa Khadi bridge in Mumbai's Mumbai suburb on Sunday. Awad has called the charges baseless, claiming he will fight against police brutality. Meanwhile, Awad supporters staged protests outside the Mumbai police station where the complaint was filed. This comes a week after he was arrested and then granted bail for heckling moviegoers and blocking screening of film Har Har Mahadev, alleging that it distorted the history of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Some moviegoers were also beaten up when they protested against the disruption. An FIR was registered over the incident at the Vartak Nagar police station.
उनको लगा कि एक औरत को किस तरीके से बेइज्जत किया जाए, किस तरीके से इसकी इज्जत उछाला जाए, वो भी आज उन्होंने किया। तो इसके लिए मेरे को जब उन्होंने ऐसा पूरा पकड़ के दबा के पकड़ के जब उन्होंने मुझे बाजू में किया, तो वही मैंने आज पुलिस स्टेशन में अपना कंप्लेंट दर्ज करवाया। ये आम औरत के साथ हो या खास औरत के साथ हो, इसमें ये डिफरेंस ही नहीं होनी चाहिए कि ये आमदार ने किया है तो इसको कुछ नहीं हुआ, ये नहीं होगा। और मुझे यकीन है आज के सरकार पे ऐसा होने नहीं देंगे और इनको जल्द से जल्द पनिशमेंट मिलेगा।
माझ्यावरती कुठलाही गुन्हा नोंदवला असला तर झाला असता 354 हा गुन्हा, खून 307, 326, 323, 324 हे सगळे गुन्हे मला मानतात, माझ्या हातनं घडले घडू शकतात, पण 354 हा गुन्हा मला अमान्य आहे आणि जो मी कधी आयुष्यात केलेला। पोलिसांनी हा गुन्हा कसा काय नोंदवला? तिने जे FIR मध्ये शब्द वापरले ते शब्द व्हिडिओ मध्ये अगदी क्लिअर आहेत की मी काय बोललोय। समाजामध्ये माझी मान खाली जाईल अशा पद्धतीचा गुन्हा माझ्यावर नोंदवायचा हा षडयंत्राचाच भाग असू शकतो।
बाजूला ढकलणं, बाजूला सरकवणं असे प्रकार करत असतात आणि त्यामुळं मला आश्चर्य वाटतं की पोलीस, महाराष्ट्र पोलीस, ठाण्याचे पोलीस यांनी हे कसं 354 मध्ये हे प्रकरण बसवलं। जर कायद्याची अशीच मोडतोड करून एखाद्याला गुन्हेगार ठरवण्याचं काम जर जाणीवपूर्वक होत असेल तर मला वाटतं की महाराष्ट्रात कायदा आणि सुरक्षा या बाबतीत गृह विभागाने खरंच पुन्हा आपलं पोलीस डिपार्टमेंट कसं चालतं हे पाहण्याची गरज आहे।
Portugal menace continues to claim lives in Karnataka. A 37-year-old retired soldier identified as Kumar was mowed down by a truck while allegedly trying to negotiate a pothole. The incident occurred yesterday in Mandya, where Kumar lost control of the bike while allegedly trying to avoid a pothole and was run over by a truck. In the last 2 months alone, 4 people have died due to the civic apathy across Karnataka. In spite of the loss of lives, the government and local civic bodies have failed to fix roads which are leading to pothole drive deaths. Time for a break. Here on the other side, Rivaba Jadeja, wife of cricketer Ravindra Jadeja, BJP candidate from Jamnagar, filed a nomination today. We're getting into that story in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
All right, getting you details of elections in Gujarat, where Rivaba Jadeja, BJP candidate from Bhavnagar North in Gujarat, filed a nomination today. Cricketer Ravindra Jadeja, wearing a saffron kurta, accompanied his wife Rivaba to a BJP event before she filed her nomination. Batting for his wife, Jadeja said Rivaba wanted to follow the path of Prime Minister Modi. Jadeja joined the BJP in 2019 and ahead of the Lok Sabha election had sought a party ticket from the Jamnagar constituency. On Sunday, Jadeja had posted a video on Twitter calling for support for his wife.
बहुत ही खुशी की बात है और आप अभी देख सकते हैं कि कार्यकर्ता का जिन तरह के उत्साह है, जिन तरह की जो जंगी मेदनी है, उसी ऊपर से आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं।
करनी सेना से भी एसोसिएटेड रही हैं आप, काफी सोशल वर्क भी आप पहले कर चुकी हैं। कैसे ये सब काम आएगा आपके बीजेपी प्रत्याशी जामनगर से बनकर?
जी डेफिनेटली एक सोशल सेवा का जो एक्सपीरियंस है वो मेरे इस फील्ड में राजनीति का जो मेरा सफर शुरू होने जा रहा है उसमें डेफिनेटली मुझे ये एक्सपीरियंस है वो डेफिनेटली
आपके हस्बैंड भी आपको सपोर्ट दे रहे हैं इस वक्त, रविंद्र सिंह जाडेजा, उनकी तरफ से भी सोशल मीडिया पे एक मैसेज दिया गया है आपके लिए।
जी यस एज ए हस्बैंड, एज ए मेरे कोर जो पिलर है तो डेफिनेटली लाइक वो ऑलवेज सपोर्ट मुझे दे रहे हैं।
एक सवाल ये भी है कि उनकी सिस्टर भी यहाँ से कांग्रेस पार्टी में है, क्या आप कड़ा कंपटीशन घर के अंदर भी देखती हैं?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सामने कोई कंपटीशन नहीं होता है, ओनली वन भारतीय जनता पार्टी, क्योंकि गुजरात में जिस तरह से आप देख रही हैं पास्ट कई सालों से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो रुख रहा है, जनता का जो रुख रहा है भारतीय जनता पार्टी टूवर्ड्स।
तो मैं सर पहले तो बताइए कि क्रिकेट की इनिंग्स आप खेलते हैं, पॉलिटिकल इनिंग्स आपकी वाइफ खेलेंगी, कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है कि मैं अपनी वाइफ के लिए आया हूं और उसके लिए मेहनत कर रहा हूं और वो भी बहुत एक्साइटेड है कि उसकी लाइफ का एक चैप्टर नया स्टार्ट हो रहा है।
बल्लेबाजी और क्रिकेट के एक्सपीरियंस से जो आपने सीखा है, तो क्या आप कोई टिप्स देना चाहेंगे रिवाबा को कि किस तरीके से पॉलिटिकल इनिंग्स खेल?
देखिए ये T20 का ज़माना है तो डिफेंस का तो कोई मतलब ही नहीं है, तो पॉजिटिव और एटीट्यूड अपना पॉजिटिव रखना होगा और जितना आगे बढ़े उतना जितना वो सीख सके ये फील्ड में आके जितना लोगों से सीख सके। और भाजपा एक ऐसी पार्टी है कि सब साथ में मिलके काम करते हैं, तो वो उनका एक बहुत ही उनकी ताकत है कि जब वो साथ में रहते हैं तो कोई भी दूसरी पार्टियों को वो अपने ऊपर भारी नहीं होने देते, तो वही उनकी ताकत है। तो वही उनकी ताकत कामयाब रहे और अच्छा काम करे और जामनगर के लिए स्पेशली उनका विकास आगे चलता ही रहे, बस वही उम्मीद करता हूँ।
बस एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे कि आपकी बहन नैनाबाई जाडेजा भी कांग्रेस के लिए जोरों शोरों से कैंपेन कर रही हैं। हमने रीवाबा से पूछा तो वो कह रही हैं कि कोई कंपटीशन ही नहीं है बीजेपी का, तो आप मतलब किस तरीके का सपोर्ट देख रहे हैं, यहाँ वहाँ, या फिर आप एकदम मिड फील्ड पे खेल रहे हैं?
मेरा सपोर्ट आप देख ही रहे हो कि मैं किधर हूँ, मैं पूरा का पूरा भाजपा के साथ हूँ, अब उससे ज्यादा क्या चाहिए आपको?
तभी आपने नारंगी
बिल्कुल ऑरेंज।
रूपानी जी, आपने बीजेपी कैंडिडेट बनाया है रिवाबा जी को, क्या सोचकर और कितना कॉन्फिडेंस है आप?
वैसे रिवाबा पहले से ही हमारे कार्यकर्ता है, उनका परिवार भी कार्यकर्ता है और रिवाबा ने सोशल वर्क काफी कितने सालों से यहाँ जामनगर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में किया है और वो यहाँ की है और रविंद्र का नाम भी यहाँ के लोग उनके फैन है, तो रिवाबा पॉपुलर है।
बीजेपी के लिए ये सेफ सीट मानी जाती है रूपानी?
दोनों सीट सेफ है और दोनों काफी वोटों से जीतेंगे।
वोटों से अनुमान लगा रहे हैं आप?
बहुत बड़ी लीड होगी।
In poll-bound Gujarat, Bhavnagar in Saurashtra holds a significant key to who holds power in the state. Here's a special report on why this city is so important.
Bhavnagar in Gujarat's Saurashtra region is set for poll battle. founded in 1724 by Bhav Singh Ji Gohil, Bhavnagar is labelled as the cultural centre of Gujarat and was a princely state before it merged into the Indian Union in 1948. The city with an important port and also world's biggest ship-breaking yard, Alang, has its significant place in the history of India. Bhavnagar's Maharaja Krishna Kumar Singh Ji was the first to unconditionally join the Indian Union in 1947. Impressed with the ruler of Bhavnagar, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel appointed him as the governor of Madras.
India today has reached Bhavnagar, once the princely state of Bhavnagar. Now, when India got independence, it was Raja Krishna Kumar Singh Ji who, without any conditions, gave his entire territory to Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel for independent India.
Famous for its variety of gathiyas, the traders in the city produce and export them worldwide.
चुनावी माहौल क्या है यहाँ पर? क्या कुछ डिमांड है आपकी सरकार से? किसकी हवा लग रही है?
अभी तक तो हमारे यहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा जो ज़रूरी रोजगारी का प्रॉब्लम है वो सॉल्व हो जा रहा है धीरे धीरे से और बीजेपी भी अच्छा काम कर रही है यहाँ पे.
Bhavnagar remains a stronghold of BJP. Gujarat's education minister and trusted man of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Jeetu Wagani, is MLA from Bhavnagar. Union Minister Mansukh Mandavia also hails from Bhavnagar.
Bhavnagar is stronghold of BJP. Out of 7 assembly seats, 6 are with BJP and only 1 is with Congress. There are important BJP faces from Bhavnagar who are Mansukh Mandavia and Jeetu Wagani who are Patidar faces.
BJP controls 6 of the 7 assembly segments here, with just 1 with Congress. Bhavnagar has always stayed loyal to BJP, even during the Patidar agitation. Voters highlight inflation and unemployment as key issues in the upcoming polls.
भावनगर के लिए इम्पोर्टेड ये महंगाई, बेकारी, महंगाई, ये मुद्दा ये सरकार में ज़्यादा है.
वो क्या अभी केजरीवाल वो सब वादे कर रहा है कि ये देगा, वो मोहल्ला क्लिनिक बताता है. मोहल्ला क्लिनिक तो 10 साल से PHC CSC के अंदर यह भी है हर एक एरिया में.
भावनगर के मुद्दे क्या है, क्या कुछ समस्या है?
भावनगर पे मुद्दे में तो पहले ऐसे है कि जो भावनगर नहीं पर गुजरात का कोई भी सिटी हो उधर मोदी साहब आएगा तो ही काम होगा, ये पक्का और फाइनल है.
The BJP, Congress and Aam Aadmi Party have been regularly campaigning in the constituencies.
भावनगर जिले में हम लगभग 1995 से सारे चुनाव ऑलमोस्ट ऑल सीट्स जीतते हैं और इसलिए भावनगर हमारे लिए बहुत ही स्ट्रांग गिना जाता है और हम मानते भी हैं कि भावनगर के लोगों ने हमें खूब आशीर्वाद दिया है और भावनगर हमारे साथ है.
बीजेपी की भावनगर में हालत बहुत ख़राब है इस समय. 2 मंत्री आते हैं, एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर भी वहीं से हैं. पहले चुड़ासमा जी भी कोई काम नहीं कर पाए और वर्तमान के एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर भी कोई काम नहीं कर पाए. मुझे लगता है कि भावनगर की जनता इस बार चिंतन और मनन के साथ कांग्रेस के साथ खड़ी हुई है.
Will BJP retain its bastion this time too? With Saurav Akhtania from Bhavnagar, Bureau Report, India Today.
A massive tragedy was averted in Rajasthan's Udaipur. An explosion took place on a railway track in Jawar Mines police station area of Udaipur district. Well, as per the initial probe, a superpower 90 explosive, a high-strength detonator-sensitive explosive was used to carry out the blast at the Odha Bridge railway track in Udaipur. Rajasthan cops termed the explosion an act of terror, asserted that it was attempted to create panic among people and to endanger security of the country. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav said the blast was reported about 35 kilometers from Udaipur, and ATF, NIA and RPF are on the job. Top police officials confirm a case against unidentified accused have been registered under UAPA Act. Significantly, on the 31st of October, Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated this very track and flagged off the first train.
All the teams are there on the site. Moment the information came, everybody reached at the site.
investigation is going on. Whomsoever has done this kind of destructive activity, they will be severely punished. We'll go to the logical end. Simultaneously, from the point of view of the passengers, the team to restore the bridge is ready on the site. As soon as the preliminary investigation and taking photographs, collecting evidence is completed, within 3 to 4 hours, the track will be restored and trains will start running again.
We are standing at the Oda railway bridge in Udaipur district, where a major explosion had took place on Saturday night. The incident was so serious that a big incident could have taken place. A train carrying 650 passengers was coming from Ahmedabad to Udaipur, and by the alertness of local, it was stopped. The train was stopped at Dungarpur district at 6:30 a.m. in the morning. You can see that what was the intensity, how grievous the incident was, that the railway tracks were uprooted, major dents and cracks were created on the railway track, which was recently inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi 14 days ago. The police is investigating the matter from every single aspect, but the intensity of the incident is very serious, as 650 passengers were coming from Ahmedabad to Udaipur by the train, and you can see that the officers are also investigating the spot.
Well, here's what the world's richest man, Elon Musk, has been up to ever since he acquired Twitter. We're getting you all the news details in brief. Musk on Monday said that he was working at the absolute most amount from morning till night, 7 days a week. When asked about his recent acquisition of Twitter and his leadership of automaker Tesla on the sidelines of the G20 Summit in Bali. Musk on Sunday took to Twitter to apologize for the microblogging platform being super slow in many countries. Musk's apology comes days after Twitter abruptly suspended its $8 blue tick monthly subscription service as fake accounts mushroomed. Elon Musk, in his first address to Twitter employees since purchasing the company, said that bankruptcy was a possibility if it doesn't start generating more cash. Musk warned that employees should brace for an 80-hour week, fewer office perks like free food, while ending work from home or for all employees. Well, after firing about 50%, which is about 3,800 employees of overall Twitter workforce and close to 90% of its India team, Elon Musk has reportedly laid off at least 4,400 contractual workers at the company over the weekend. The chaotic launch of Twitter Blue subscription, which also allows users to secure a blue tick for being a verified account, may just be the tip of the monetization iceberg at Elon Musk's Twitter, with the tech mogul considering a plan to charge most or all Twitter users a subscription fee. That truly is Musk mania. It's time for a quick break here. On the other side, we're getting news for the hearing impaired.
You are watching India Today.
Two days after a massive tragedy was averted in Rajasthan's Udaipur, Rajasthan cops have called the explosion an act of terror and asserted it was an attempt to create panic among people and to endanger security of the country. Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has said the blast was reported about 35 kilometers from Udaipur, and ATF, NIA and RPF are on the job. Top police officials confirm a case against unidentified accused have been registered under the UAPA Act. Under fire, NCP MLA Jitendra Awad has tendered resignation as MLA after police registered 2 cases against him in a span of 72 hours. In one of the cases, he's been accused of molesting a woman. The complainant, who was a BJP worker, has alleged he was wrongfully pushing a woman aside during the inauguration of a new Kalwa Khadi bridge in Mumbai's Mumbai suburb on Sunday. Awad has called the charges baseless, claiming he will fight against police brutality. Meanwhile, Awad supporters have staged protests outside the Mumbai police station where the complaint was filed.
मम्मी जी सब मिले हुए, मम्मी जी सब मिले हुए हैं। कुर्सी पर बिठाना बहुत मुश्किल है। मित्रा, भाई और बहनों, सुगंध मुझे मिट्टी की हम तो पढ़ाकू बच्चे हैं, बस्ता उठा कर चल देंगे जी।
प्रेजेंटेड बाय धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
35 pieces of Shraddha across the capital. Spine-chilling murder shocks India. He hacked her, froze her, scattered her. Butchered his girlfriend, scattered her parts. Aftab's act has curdled India's blood. A crime that'll keep India up tonight.
She was 27 years old and she ended up in at least 35 different parts, scattered in an obscure forest on the outskirts of Delhi. That was the end of young Shraddha Walkar, allegedly at the hands of her boyfriend and lover, Aftab. But what happened? What went wrong? How was the story actually cracked? How did the police finally zero in on a crime that was committed not recently, but back in May, months ago? We'll tell you right here on 5 Live with new details that you've never heard before. I'm Shiv Arur. These are the headlines. NCP Neta Jitendra Awad lands in another controversy. FIR filed against him for alleged sexual assault of a woman. He resigns as MLA to protest against what he calls a witch hunt. Big development meanwhile in Delhi Liquorgate probe. Enforcement Directorate gets 5-day custody of Aam Aadmi Party communication in charge Vijay Nair, Hyderabad-based businessman Abhishek Poinpalli as well. Controversial remark by BJP MP who says he will bring in bulldozers and bring down a bus stand in Mysuru, claiming it looks like the dome of a mosque. Flood alert issued for 5 Tamil Nadu districts. 6-year-old dies after falling into an overflowing irrigation canal in Erakur village. India Today, the only channel putting the spotlight on Tamil Nadu's flood misery. Prime Minister Modi leaves for Indonesia to attend the G20 Summit in Bali. He will formally take over India's G20 chairmanship for 2023. In total of 45 hours, he will have 20 engagements. He lands a couple of hours from now. We've got a big curtain raiser coming up at 5:30 p.m. They were young, they were in a relationship like millions of others in this country, and they lived together like millions of others in this country. Nothing out of the ordinary for Shraddha and Aftab. But how it ended tells you something else altogether. Because young Shraddha, 27 years old, was chopped into 35 pieces. Her body parts were spread across Delhi. The body was kept allegedly by Aftab himself inside a 300-litre refrigerator for at least 400 hours. Here's a report that highlights just how gory this murder and butchery actually was. And this is only part 1 of what we're about to tell you about a case that's got India on its feet.
Aftab Amin Poonawala is a trained chef. In the virtual world, he called himself a guy who loves cooking and is committed to food. In reality, he allegedly strangled his live-in partner Shraddha, chopped her body into at least 35 pieces and disposed of them in the forests of Chhatarpur on the outskirts of Delhi. Aftab has told the police that he killed Shraddha because she was pressuring him to marry her. The murder allegedly took place in mid-May this year. The police say Aftab used a saw to cut Shraddha's body into at least 35 different pieces. He then stored her body parts in a 300-litre LG fridge. The pieces of his partner's body were kept in the fridge for nearly 18 days. Aftab says he used incense sticks to cover the stench of the dead body in the house.
ये फ्रिज खरीद करके आफ्ताब लाता है, उसके बाद फ्लैट में इस फ्रिज को रखता है, उसके बाद श्रद्धा की बॉडी के लगातार वो टुकड़े करता है, उन टुकड़ों को इस फ्रिज में वो रखता है और जैसा पूछताछ में उसने बताया है कि एक एक टुकड़ा रोज वो फ्रिज से निकालता था, पॉलीथीन में डालता था, उसके बाद बैग में उसे रखकर तकरीबन रात को 2 बजे आफ्ताब अपने फ्लैट से निकलता था और छतरपुर के आसपास जो जंगल है वहां रोजाना एक टुकड़ा फेंकता था।
Over 18 days, Aftab is said to have disposed of pieces of Shraddha at different places in the Chhatarpur forests of Delhi. He would step out every day after 2 a.m. to get rid of a different body part. He would carry them in a plastic bag, throw the pieces out in a forest and carry the bag back home. The Delhi police are now hunting for traces of Shraddha's dismembered body. She had left Mumbai for Delhi because her parents were opposed to her relationship with Aftab, little knowing that her partner would allegedly murder her, butcher her and scatter her remains in different parts of the capital city in a most gruesome way. With Arvind Ojha in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And there is no sensationalizing this horrible crime because every single detail that India Today's crime team has brought forth from our sources and officially from the police force are truly spine-chilling. And I want to put some of those out in front of you, viewer, because this is a story that you and I are both looking at together. It's a story that's unfolding before our eyes. Many of the things are being updated as well. Fact number 1, Shraddha, like I told you, was chopped into at least 35 pieces. She was dismembered. Pieces of her were scattered. The person who did this, allegedly her boyfriend Aftab, used a saw to chop Shraddha's head off. He beheaded her with a saw, is what the police say. The pieces were preserved in a 300-litre refrigerator that Aftab allegedly bought from Delhi for this specific purpose. We've also spoken to the shop owner that sold this particular fridge. The body parts were dumped over a period of 18 days, not all at once. The parts were apparently preserved in that refrigerator and then they were scattered in a forest in Chhatarpur, which is a part of South Delhi. Aftab allegedly carried the body parts in a plastic bag one by one, not together but one by one, in order not to trigger any kind of suspicion. He threw the body parts post 2 a.m. under cover of darkness, allegedly in a forest called Chhatarpur. The body parts were thrown across that forest, which is near the Delhi-Gurgaon border, which is basically the Mehrauli-Chhatarpur area. So the body is chopped up into many parts, preserved in a refrigerator, bought specifically for that purpose, and then one by one, each piece, over a period of 18 days, scattered in different parts of that forest. All of this designed, of course, so that nothing can ever be found. Now we'll tell you how the case was actually cracked. And listen carefully to this, because this timeline is crucial and it is authentic. India Today has these details, and they will not match what you may or may not see on other media channels, but I can assure you our information is authentic. India Today has an exclusive inside look of the investigation itself. The police claim that the accused, Aftab, who was the boyfriend of Shraddha, kept changing his statements in front of the Vasai police in Mumbai. It was around August that a missing persons complaint was received by Shraddha's father. He lodged that complaint. The girl's childhood friend, Shraddha's childhood friend, contacted Shraddha's father asking where she was, that he had not heard from her in a long time. Aftab admits that he and Shraddha had stayed together in Delhi's Chhatarpur area, and in May, Shraddha had left after a normal couple's quarrel. They were apparently angry with each other over marriage, which couldn't happen because of various family reasons. The FIR by the Delhi police also states that Aftab had been abusive and would physically assault Shraddha. This is what's written in the FIR.
बिल्डिंग को सर्च कराया तो हमने तभी पूछा कैसे क्या हुआ है, तो उन्होंने कहा लड़की मिसिंग है। जब नेक्स्ट डे पुलिस आई तो तब हमें पता चला कि उसने लड़की को मार के उसके टुकड़े टुकड़े कर दिए हैं और वो रोज़ उन टुकड़ों को फेंकता था। तो उससे पहले हमें नहीं पता था। अभी 3 दिन से रेगुलर पुलिस उस लड़के को यहाँ लेके आती है रूम में, उससे पूछताछ करती है। यहाँ से वो फ्रिज उठा के लेके गए हैं पुलिस, जिसमें वो लड़की के टुकड़े रख रखे थे उसने। उससे पहले हमें नहीं पता था। कभी वो किसी से बात करते ही नहीं थे। लड़की तो बाहर निकलती ही नहीं थी। लड़की तो ज़्यादातर हमारे पड़ोसियों ने, हमने किसी ने देखा ही नहीं है लड़की को। लड़की को कोई नहीं पहचानता, लड़के को ही बस देखते थे बाहर आते जाते।
सर ये बिल बुक है आपके पास, आप थोड़ा सा बताइएगा कि किस दिन वो आया था आपकी दुकान पे और कितने लीटर का फ्रिज लेकर गया था?
ये 19 तारीख को 260 लीटर एलजी का फ्रिज लेकर के गया।
इसकी पेमेंट आपको कैसे की थी?
क्रेडिट कार्ड
के थ्रू की थी। अच्छा, 25,300 रुपए का ये पेमेंट किया था। आपको कुछ याद हो कुछ ऐसा उसकी पर्सनालिटी में जो अलग हो, या फिर वो बिल्कुल नॉर्मल बिहेव कर रहा था?
बिल्कुल नॉर्मल आदमी, जैसे नॉर्मल आप बात कर रहे हैं ऐसे नॉर्मल था, वैसे ही बात कर रहा था। जैसे कस्टमर
कभी आपको कुछ शक शुबा कुछ ऐसा नहीं हुआ? अभी आपने बताया कि कल जब वो उसको पुलिस साथ में यहाँ पर आया, पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है इस पूरे मामले की, तब वो बहुत नॉर्मल लग रहा था।
हाँ बिल्कुल, जैसे नॉर्मल कहेंगे कि वैसे ही, जैसे नॉर्मल आदमी बात करते वैसे ही, कोई डर नहीं जाए नहीं कुछ।
कोई पछतावा आपको नहीं लगा उसके चेहरे पर?
उसके चेहरे से तो कुछ नहीं, बिल्कुल नॉर्मल लग रहा था।
अंग्रेजी में बात कर रहा था?
यहाँ पे हिंदी में बात कर रहा था।
And let's take you across now to our crime team, because they were the first one to break the story, bring it in front of India's viewers. So I wanted from their own experience and their words as we bring you this unfolding crime thriller about how it was actually cracked. Arvind Ojha and Divyesh joined me from Delhi and Mumbai respectively. The case was cracked in Delhi. Arvind, आपके पास पहले आते हैं, जब how was it cracked? वो क्या पॉइंट था अरविंद, जब मिसिंग पर्सन्स रिपोर्ट के बाद कैसे एक्चुअली क्रैक हुआ था ये केस?
देखिए, इसमें सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात है कि केस क्रैक हुआ तो जो मिसिंग रिपोर्ट एफआईआर मिसिंग रिपोर्ट मुंबई में जब रजिस्टर्ड कराई गई, वहाँ से ये क्रैक पॉइंट शुरू हुआ इस केस का। क्योंकि जो श्रद्धा और आफ्ताब दोनों काफ़ी वक्त पहले 8 मई को मुंबई से दिल्ली आ गए थे। ये सभी को जानकारी थी, श्रद्धा की फैमिली को, कि वो मुंबई में नहीं दिल्ली में आ गए। श्रद्धा की फैमिली सोशल मीडिया के जरिए उसके अपडेट्स लेती थी, लेकिन श्रद्धा का दोस्त जब श्रद्धा के घर पर पहुंचता है कि श्रद्धा का मोबाइल काफ़ी दिनों से बंद है, उसके बाद श्रद्धा की फैमिली सोशल मीडिया उसका अकाउंट देखती है, काफ़ी दिन से अपडेट्स नहीं मिलता है। उसके बाद मुंबई पुलिस को जानकारी दी जाती है, मुंबई पुलिस दिल्ली पुलिस को जानकारी देती है। उसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस आफ्ताब को डिटेन करती है। उसके बाद उससे पूछताछ होती है। आफ्ताब कहता है कि उसे इस बारे में कोई जानकारी नहीं है, सौम्या तो कई महीने पहले ही यहाँ से जा चुकी है। लेकिन उससे जब सस्टेन इंटरोगेशन होती है तब जाकर वो ये एक्सेप्ट करता है कि उसने मर्डर किया है। दरअसल हम आपको एक चीज़ दिखाना चाहते हैं जो इस पूरे मर्डर केस में सबसे बड़ा एविडेंस है। फॉरेंसिक एक्सपर्ट है, ये रेफ्रिजरेटर जो आप देख पा रहे हैं काफ़ी बड़ा है। यहाँ पर किराए के का जो मकान था उसमें रह रहे थे आफ्ताब और जो श्रद्धा। लेकिन पुलिस जब इस रेफ्रिजरेटर को देखती है तब कहीं ना कहीं आफ्ताब से पूछताछ की जाती है कि इतने बड़े रेफ्रिजरेटर की क्या ज़रूरत है जब 2 लोग घर में हैं। तब वो खुलासा करता है कि उसने श्रद्धा का मर्डर कर दिया था गला दबा के। उसके बाद जो उसकी बॉडी है उसके पास आफ्ताब घंटों ये बैठा रहा। उसने पूरी प्लानिंग की कि कैसे बॉडी को डिस्पोज ऑफ करना है। उसके बाद वो श्रद्धा की बॉडी को चॉप करता है। उसके बाद जो उसके टुकड़े होते हैं वो इस रेफ्रिजरेटर में वो रखता है और उसके बाद पूरे इलाके की रेकी करता है। साउथ दिल्ली का जो छतरपुर एरिया है, फॉरेस्ट एरिया है, वो जगह उसे मुफीद लगती है। उसके बाद वो इस रेफ्रिजरेटर से एक बॉडी पार्ट रात के 2 बजे निकालता है और वहाँ पर फेंकता है। तकरीबन 16 से 18 दिन तक उसने इस रेफ्रिजरेटर से एक एक बॉडी पार्ट निकाला और रात को 2 बजे छतरपुर के फॉरेस्ट एरिया में गया, वहां पर फेंका। इंपॉर्टेंट ये है कि जब वो बॉडी पार्ट फेंकता था तो पॉलीथीन से बॉडी पार्ट को निकाल कर फेंकता था। मकसद ये था कि जो बॉडी पार्ट है वो आसानी से डिस्पोज ऑफ हो सके। तो एविडेंस के तौर पर जो ये रेफ्रिजरेटर है ये भी सीज किया गया है और 5 डेज की पुलिस कस्टडी में आफ्ताब को पुलिस ने लिया है। उससे लगातार पूछताछ की जा रही है। वो वेपन्स कहाँ गया जिससे बॉडी के टुकड़े ये थे, वो वेपन्स रिकवर करने की जो पुलिस है वो कोशिश कर रही है। लेकिन ये जरूर है कि दिल्ली पुलिस को शुरुआत में उसने गुमराह करने की कोशिश की कि मुझे तो कोई जानकारी नहीं है, वो श्रद्धा काफी वक्त से यहाँ पर नहीं है, बहुत महीनों पहले चली गई। लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस के कुछ एक्सपर्ट ऑफिसर हैं, उन्होंने बाकायदा उससे बैठकर बातचीत की और तब इस हत्याकांड का खुलासा हुआ कि किस तरीके से उसने मर्डर किया, उसके बाद बॉडी डिस्पोज ऑफ करने के लिए उसने कितनी बड़ी प्लानिंग की।
Incredible amount of planning, incredible amount of design. The full facts of the case haven't come, forward yet. Under what circumstances, the actual murder took place. What was the trigger for the actual murder? Was it a terrible moment of anger? Was it premeditated? What was it? We still don't know that just yet. Divyesh is also with me from Mumbai, where the couple had lived for a long time before moving to Delhi. Tell us a little bit about the circumstances under which they lived, in Mumbai, Divyesh, and why they moved to Delhi. And also because that missing persons report was filed there.
Well, Shiv, the missing persons report was filed at Manikpur police station in Vasai, Palghar district of Maharashtra. That was because Shraddha Walkar and Aftab Poonawala, they worked together in a call center, and it was in Vasai, Naigaon, where they started living together. They were in a live-in relationship, and even before 2020, when Shraddha's mother passed away, they had started living in together. They were living together in a flat that they had rented in Naigaon, Vasai locality. In 2020, Shraddha's mother passed away, and after that, Shraddha had informed her father that Aftab had been abusive. He had been assaulting her. He had been abusing her. After which, Vikas Walkar, Shraddha's father, had told her to return home to end her relationship with Aftab. But when Aftab sought forgiveness, she went back with Aftab, and this was a rift that happened between the father and daughter, after which the father and daughter stopped talking to each other. There was no communication between Shraddha and Vikas Walkar for a long time. And as you had earlier pointed out, it was from the social media post or the social media profile of Shraddha Walkar that her brother, she kept updating, and the brother was continuously watching her social media profile. He would inform her father about it, that she is fine, she is now moved to Delhi. In early 2022, in early May 22, Shraddha shifted with Aftab to Delhi, and after that, for a long time, she was not in touch with her friends. Lakshman Nadar, one of the closest friends of Shraddha, he was a childhood friend. He informed Shraddha's father, Vikas Walkar, that she had not been contacted. And after that, Vikas Walkar filed this missing complaint, and from there, investigation started.
We'll just come back to you, Divyesh, in just a moment. We've got some new pictures coming in right now that we want to show to our viewers on priority. Pictures accessed by India Today's Arvind Ojha, moments after Aftab's arrest. Pictures you're seeing first here on India Today, as always. Our crime team has just accessed these images, and they are CCTV grabs of the day the police picked up the accused Aftab Poonawala from his residence in Delhi. So these are pictures of Aftab being picked up by the police. The first time that the police came into contact with Aftab, these are those images of him being picked up from his house. This was this was likely early today or yesterday. We're going to get a confirmation on that. He was picked up today, and he is currently facing 5 days police custody. The first pictures of Aftab after the police came knocking on his door and detained him. Aishwarya Paliwal is live with me on these pictures. Aishwarya, the clearest CCTV images moments after Aftab's arrest on our screens right now. Take us through them. Where exactly is this? Is this Mehrauli? And is this early today morning, last night? Give us some details, Aishwarya.
Well, these images are coming from Mehrauli, and this is where he was staying. In fact, let me tell you, I'm standing right outside the house. This is the house where on the 15th of May, there were two people who came inside, but on the 18th, there were only one of them who was alive. I'll just try and show you the images shift. This is the house, and you will be able to see that, the house has been left in a disarray. It looks like those, the people who were staying inside, all of them, all these people, they did not anticipate what would happen. Flowers are there in the pot, and this is what the police is also talking about. The police has been saying that he used to use flowers, he used to use incense sticks. And the images that have come to the fore have come from Mehrauli, barely 200 meters from where this house is. This is the house Shiv, where both of them were staying from the 15th to the 18th of May.
Aishwarya, is the police looking at anybody else involved in this crime, or was Aftab is Aftab understood to be the sole perpetrator? Were there, is there any possibility of any accomplices, anyone helping Aftab, or was this like something he did all alone?
At the moment, Shiv, it looks like it was something that he did all alone, but many questions are being raised. First question, why did they shift to a new house? And what happened in just a span of 3 days? If someone moves into a new house on the 15th of May, what happened in those 3 days is what the police at the moment is looking at. The fridge shift, the very crucial evidence, the fridge inside, in fact, was inside this house. The house has now been locked, and police took the fridge from this house, and now they have taken it with them, and they are saying that the fridge was kept here. And in fact, let me tell you, this is the first floor. So Aftab used to walk out every night around 2 a.m. with a polythene bag in hand from this house. He used to climb down the stairs, then cross the entire lane, and then go to the forest area. The police has been here. They just left a couple of hours back. They will be back because they believe a lot of crucial evidence is still inside this house.
Aishwarya, thanks very much for that. First pictures coming in from that, from that police briefing as well. We'll keep coming back to you. As demonstrated in this broadcast, there are more details being added with each passing minute. It's a story that is in motion. The investigation is still very much on. This is only the latest murder to have shocked a national capital of our country that in many ways has seen crimes of this kind before as well. Grisly, gruesome crimes where bodies have been chopped into pieces. This time a young woman murdered allegedly by her lover, her boyfriend, for pressuring him to get married. This is what we are told at this point of time by the police and with material that's available in the FIR, but the full story may not be out just yet. Aftab Amin Poonawalla is said to have strangled his girlfriend Shraddha, put her chopped body parts in a fridge, and then scattered them in a forest. Take a look at what we know so far.
A chilling murder that's keeping India up at night. A woman butchered by her lover in the national capital. The body chopped into at least 35 pieces, we're told. The butchered pieces of Shraddha kept in this fridge for as many as 18 days. Later, the chopped body parts of Shraddha are scattered across Delhi. This is how Aftab Amin Poonawalla allegedly killed his live-in partner and girlfriend, Shraddha Vikas Walkar. The reason behind the gruesome murder? She was allegedly pressuring him into getting married. The couple would often fight over this. Aftab and Shraddha fell in love when they met at a common workplace in Mumbai. As her family was against their interfaith relationship, the couple eloped to Delhi, where they began living in South Delhi's Mehrauli area. Shraddha's family was aware of her whereabouts, but when they noticed that the updates had stopped, her father visited Delhi to check on her. When he was unable to establish contact with his daughter, Shraddha's father lodged a police complaint in November. Aftab, arrested on Monday, allegedly committed the murder in May this year.
फादर ने मुंबई में कंप्लेंट कराई है तो उनको मालूम चला कि लास्ट लोकेशन लड़की की दिल्ली थी, तो हमारे पास इस कंप्लेंट को लेके फॉरवर्ड करने आई। उसके घर पे जाके उसको मिल लिया, वहाँ पे हमें पकड़ लिया। उसने बताया कि लड़की को उसने मार दिया था, लड़की का गला दबाया पहले, फिर लड़की बॉडी डिस्पोज ऑफ कर दी। थोड़ा उसने टाइम गैप पे बॉडी के टुकड़े फेंके, अलग अलग जगह पे टुकड़े फेंके।
The police have filed a murder case against Aftab after taking him into custody. Only a few bones have so far been recovered in the police search. A hunt is still on to find the rest of Shraddha's chopped, dismembered and scattered body parts. With Arvind Ojha, Akshay Dongre and Rahul Gautam in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
We're told at least 35 pieces of Shraddha, her dismembered body, was scattered across different parts of the Chhatarpur Mehrauli area. That's the national capital. In Mumbai, Aftab met Shraddha. Both worked at the same call center. They were colleagues, they were co-workers. That's where they met and fell in love. The Delhi couple then moved to the national capital from Mumbai. In Mehrauli, which is a part of South Delhi, very close to the Gurugram border, both lived in a rented house like lakhs of other young couples in the national capital region. In Mehrauli, Shraddha was strangled by Aftab sometime in May this year. The body was chopped into, we are told, at least 35 pieces. It may be more, it may be less. And pieces of Shraddha's body were then disposed in the nearby forest. It's a wooded part of South Delhi, and there is a forest nearby. The Mehrauli forest, currently, some pieces of the body have been recovered, and a hunt is on for many more that will happen just yet. But that is where Shraddha's body pieces were disposed of. India Today has also spoken to the owner of the home appliances shop where Aftab is said to have bought a knife. And remember, I'm saying said to have because many of these facts might change as the investigation progresses and goes deeper. Some things might be correct, some things are only alleged at this point of time as far as the police is concerned. So we need to tread very carefully. This is where the police say the accused bought knives. It was this very shop that the police yesterday also visited. Listen in.
18 मई को आफ्ताब ने श्रद्धा का गला घोंटकर हत्या कर दी। उसके बाद उसने एक फ्रिज खरीदा, चाकू खरीदे और तकरीबन 35 टुकड़ों को छतरपुर के आसपास के जो जंगल है वहां पर उनको डिस्पोज कर दिया। मेरे साथ मौजूद हैं सुदीप सचदेवा, जो कि ओनर हैं होम एंड किचन अप्लायंसेस के। यहाँ पे उनकी शॉप है छतरपुर मार्केट में और यहीं से पुलिस का दावा है जो आफ्ताब है उसने एक चाकू खरीदा जिससे उसने श्रद्धा की बॉडी के टुकड़े किए। मतलब कल आपके पास पुलिस आई थी?
कल आई थी
आफ्ताब को लेकर।
हाँ जी।
अब क्या कैसी बॉडी लैंग्वेज थी, क्या आके पुलिस ने आपको बताया?
बॉडी लैंग्वेज मुझे बहुत ही नॉर्मल लगी, ना मुझे ऐसा कोई लगा कि उस बंदे को कोई गिल्ट है। तो नॉर्मली आए और उससे कोई ऐसी पूछताछ भी नहीं करी। आए और उसको दिखाया और उसने एक चीज़ बोली कि मैं यहाँ पर आया था इस दुकान पे, और फिर उसको बस 2 मिनट में ही ले गए।
आपको कुछ याद पड़ता है कि कब?
सर 5-6 महीने पहले अब इतने कस्टमर्स आते हैं, अब हमें कैसे याद रहेगा 6 महीने पहले कोई छोटी सी कोई नाइफ या कुछ ले गया, और ऐसे तो हमारे पास कितने कस्टमर्स आते हैं हम कैसे बता दें।
पुलिस ने आपको क्या बताया?
पुलिस ने बस ये बताया कि उसने ये बोला है कि मैंने यहाँ से चाकू लिया है, सामने से कहीं से फ्रिज ली है, और साथ में शायद उसको कोई चाकू लगा हल्का फुल्का, तो उसने यहाँ साथ में हॉस्पिटल है वहाँ से अपना इलाज कराया।
तो जिस दिन उसने चाकू खरीदा वो चाकू एक्सीडेंट?
सर वो पुलिस ने हमें बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे हुआ।
अच्छा, ये सब चाकू हैं। मैं चाहूँगा मेरे सहयोगी आपको दिखाएं। ये तमाम तरीके के चाकू यहाँ पे अवेलेबल हैं। इन्हीं में से कोई एक चाकू आप देख सकते हैं। ये तमाम इसमें किचन नाइफ्स हैं, क्लीवर है और ब्रेड नाइफ है। ये तमाम जो नाइफ्स हैं ये इन्हीं नाइफ्स में से कोई एक नाइफ आफ्ताब ने खरीदा और उसके बाद उसने श्रद्धा की जो बॉडी है उसके टुकड़े किए। सब एक बात मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, ये जो चाकू हैं
जी, इन
चाकू से अगर कोई शख्स इस तरीके का काम करना चाहे तो क्या वो पॉसिबल है? क्या, क्योंकि ये जो आपके पास नाइफ्स हैं इनमें बहुत ज़्यादा शार्पनेस है। मैं जानता हूँ ये क्लीवर जो है और जो बाकी की जो चीज़ें हैं वो काफ़ी नुकसान कर सकती हैं?
वैसे तो सर ये डोमेस्टिक नाइफ्स हैं, ये उस पर्पस के लिए यूज़ नहीं होती हैं और ऐसी कोई पुलिस ने हमें कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन भी नहीं दी है कि इस नाइफ से उसने कुछ ऐसा अपराध करा है। तो डोमेस्टिक नाइफ से तो इतना बड़ा अपराध हो नहीं सकता, ऐसे कोई किसी को मार नहीं सकता। बाकी उसने क्या करा है देखो वो तो कोई नहीं जानता, उसने क्या यूज़ करा है, बट उसने जो बयान दिया वो यही दिया है कि उसने यहाँ से चाकू यहाँ से खरीदा है। वो उस पर्पस के लिए खरीदा था या नहीं खरीदा था ये नहीं पता।
And coming up next, and remember we will continue to track this Delhi crime story very, very closely. But coming up next, we're taking you to Maharashtra, where NCP Neta Jitendra Awad, who's usually in the headlines for all the wrong reasons, is once again landed in another controversy, this time for alleged sexual assault of a woman. This is just a few days after the case against him for gundagiri inside a cinema theatre. Full details next.
Men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India, from storied careers to unicorn dreams.
The equity market is a dynamic space that needs sharper insights and perfect timing. What stock, what fund, what to pick and what to sell.
How do you make money on the markets, and what are the superior strategies for a winning portfolio?
Your questions answered by 30 years undisputed leadership.
Only with Business Today Television.
Arvind Oja, in which he explains in great detail how Aftab, after murdering Shraddha, actually went about covering up this crime.
ये फ्रिज खरीद करके आफ्ताब लाता है, उसके बाद फ्लैट में इस फ्रिज को रखता है, उसके बाद श्रद्धा की बॉडी के लगातार वो टुकड़े करता है, उन टुकड़ों को इस फ्रिज में वो रखता है और जैसा पूछताछ में उसने बताया है कि एक एक टुकड़ा रोज वो फ्रिज से निकालता था, पॉलीथीन में डालता था, उसके बाद बैग में उसे रखकर तकरीबन रात को 2 बजे आफ्ताब अपने फ्लैट से निकलता था और छतरपुर के आसपास जो जंगल है वहाँ रोजाना एक टुकड़ा फेंकता था। बॉडी पार्ट को वो पॉलीथीन में जरूर लेकर जाता था, लेकिन जब वो फेंकता था बॉडी पार्ट का टुकड़ा तो पॉलीथीन से निकाल कर फेंकता था ताकि आसानी से जल्दी जो बॉडी है वो डिस्पोज ऑफ हो सके, कोई जानवर उसे खा सके। तो बाकायदा हत्याकांड को अंजाम देता है। सोची साजिश के तहत वो फ्रिज, ये काफ़ी बड़ा 300 से 350 लीटर का ये फ्रिज है, वो लेकर के आता है। उसके बाद बॉडी पार्ट के जो टुकड़े हैं वो इस फ्रिज में रखता है और रोजाना जो अभी तक जानकारी मिली है तकरीबन 16 से 17 दिन वो एक एक टुकड़े इस फ्रिज से निकाल करके छतरपुर के जंगलों में फेंकता है। तो एक तो जघन्य हत्याकांड, श्रद्धा की गला दबा के वो हत्या करता है, उसके बाद लाश के पास बैठकर वो घंटों ये सोचता है कि कैसे लाश को ठिकाने लगाना है। सूत्रों के मुताबिक जो आफ्ताब है उसने सेफ का कोर्स भी किया हुआ है, इस वजह से उसे एक्सपीरियंस था इस वजह से उसने बाकायदा एक हथियार लाया घर के अंदर और जो बॉडी पार्ट है उसके टुकड़े किए और उसके बाद फ्रिज में रखा और इस तरीके से जो बॉडी पार्ट है उसको ठिकाने लगाने का प्लान उसने बनाया था।
NCP MLA Jitendra Awad, who was recently in the news for aggressive behavior inside a cinema hall, has tendered his resignation as MLA after the police have registered 2 cases against him in a span of just 72 hours. In one of the cases, he's been accused of molesting a woman. The complainant, who happens to be a BJP worker, has alleged that she was wrongfully pushing a woman aside during the inauguration of a new Kalwa Khadi bridge in Mumbai's Mumbra suburb on Sunday. Ajit Pawar of the NCP and Sharad Pawar's nephew is holding a press conference with Jitendra Awad by his side. Let's just cut across and listen in live.
मारहाण झालेली आहे. ती मारहाण झालेली व्यक्ती म्हणते की जितेंद्र आव्हाडांच्यामुळे मी वाचलो. अशा प्रकारचं त्यांचं स्टेटमेंट आहे.
Ajit Pawar has said that in the video regarding which the FIR has been registered against Jitendra Awad, in that video Chief Minister is himself seen and Jitendra Awad had just pushed the woman aside and there was no sexual assault. Hence the Chief Minister himself should have given a witness to the police that this was not a case which amounts to 354 of the IPC. He has also went ahead and said that during Chhat Puja event, one of their party workers was pushed and shoved by the Chief Minister's security when she was on stage. So whether that also amounts to 354 of the IPC. The Mahavikas Aghadi, National Congress Party, is repeatedly saying that registering 2 FIRs against MLA Jitendra Awad in last 3 days is political vendetta. It's being happening because Jitendra Awad in opposition is raising his voice against various issues. They have been saying that the cases are being registered without any material in it, and in this given case where section 354 has been registered against Jitendra Awad, the video is out in public and it's seen that the woman was entering the convoy of Chief Minister and Jitendra Awad was passing by and he asked her to step aside and stand on a sideway. So this is what Ajit Pawar is saying.
याही गोष्टीची नोंद ही घेतली गेली पाहिजे आणि त्याच्यामुळे अशा पद्धतीचा जर याला प्रतिकार करायचा असेल, जे काही पोलीस पण दबावाखाली वागतायत. वास्तविक आम्ही पण सरकारमध्ये अनेक वर्ष काम केले.
Is also working under pressure. This is not the way. This is unprecedented. It has never happened in the state of Maharashtra that even the police agency is working under pressure. If they would have gone through the video themselves, they could have seen that this is not a case which has happened. It is a complaint which does not amount Section 354 of the IPC, but given the pressure on the police agency by the government, and this case was registered. This is the second FIR which has been filed against Jitendra Awad.
महाविकास आघाडी असेल किंवा काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादीचं सरकार असेल, सुरुवातीपासून ह्या साधारण 17.5 वर्षामध्ये 17.5 वर्ष हे खातं राष्ट्रवादीकडेच होतं. कधी अशा पद्धतीचा त्या खात्याचा गैरवापर.
Ajit Pawar is speaking about the Home Department, which was with the NCP for 17.5 years. He's also somewhere citing that this Home Department, which is currently with Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, is being misused and police are being pressurized to register cases against the opposition.
होता त्याच्यामध्ये अशा प्रकारचा अन्याय हा कुणावर होत नव्हता, ही पण वस्तुस्थिती आहे. जर यदा कदाचित कुणी करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला तर त्याच्यामध्ये चूक ज्याची असेल त्याला तिथल्या तिथं खडसावण्याचं काम किंवा जी ऍक्शन घ्यायची असते ती ऍक्शन घेण्याचं काम त्या ठिकाणी करण्यात आलेलं आहे. परंतु आता गेले 5 महिने हे सरकार बदल झालाय. कसा बदल झालाय, काय बदल झालाय त्याच्या खोलामध्ये मला जायचं नाही, ते उभ्या महाराष्ट्राला माहिती आहे. परंतु आज महाराष्ट्रातली सगळी जनता पाहतीये की याच्यामध्ये विनय
Ajit Pawar is saying that in 17.5 years, this kind of injustice has not happened to a MLA. Government has changed in the last few months. How it has changed, I don't want to comment on it. But the entire state is now watching in what manner public representatives like MLAs are being booked in false cases.
And here's what the complainant against Jitendra Awad has said. Here's what she said.
उनको लगा कि एक औरत को किस तरीके से बेइज्जत किया जाए, किस तरीके से इसकी इज्जत उछाला जाए, वो भी आज उन्होंने किया। तो इसके लिए मेरे को जब उन्होंने ऐसा पूरा पकड़ के, दबा के, पकड़ के जब उन्होंने मुझे बाजू में किया, तो वही मैंने आज पुलिस स्टेशन में अपना कंप्लेंट दर्ज करवाया। ये आम औरत के साथ हो या खास औरत के साथ हो, इसमें ये डिफरेंस ही नहीं होनी चाहिए कि ये आमदार ने किया है तो इसको कुछ नहीं हुआ। ये नहीं होगा और मुझे यकीन है आज के सरकार पे ऐसा होने नहीं देंगे और इनको जल्द से जल्द पनिशमेंट मिलेगा।
माझ्यावरती कुठलाही गुन्हा नोंदवला असला तर काही असतो 354 हा गुन्हा खून 307 326 323 324 हे सगळे गुन्हे मला मानतात माझ्या हातनं घडले घडू शकतात पण 354 हा गुन्हा मला अमान्य आहे आणि जो मी कधी आयुष्यात केलेला पोलिसांनी हा गुन्हा कसा काय नोंदवला तिने जे FIR मध्ये शब्द वापरले ते शब्द व्हिडिओ मध्ये अगदी क्लिअर आहेत की मी काय बोललो समाजामध्ये माझी मान खाली जाईल अशा पद्धतीचा गुन्हा माझ्यावर नोंदवायचा हा षडयंत्राचाच भाग असू शकतो
बाजूला ढकलणं बाजूला सरकवणं असे प्रकार करत असतात आणि त्यामुळं मला आश्चर्य वाटतं की पोलीस महाराष्ट्र पोलीस ठाण्याचे पोलीस यांनी हे कसं 354 मध्ये हे प्रकरण बसवलं जर कायद्याची अशीच मोडतोड करून एखाद्याला गुन्हेगार ठरवण्याचं काम जर जाणीवपूर्वक होत असेल तर मला वाटतं की महाराष्ट्रात कायदा आणि सुरक्षा या बाबतीत गृह विभागाने खरंच पुन्हा आपलं पोलीस डिपार्टमेंट कसं चालतं हे पाहण्याची गरज आहे
In just a couple of hours from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be landing in Bali, Indonesia to attend the G20 Summit. That's on from today till the 16th in that place. Heads of government from 20 major economies of the world will be convening in Indonesia for the Group of 20 or G20 Summit, with India set to take the helm next month. The 2023 G20 Summit will be held under India's chairmanship. This will be a short but significant G20 summit for the Prime Minister of India, with this country set to take over, like I said, the presidency from Indonesia for next year's session. The Prime Minister has said he will be highlighting India's achievements in the G20 and asserted that India's presidency will be grounded in the theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is a family, which underlines the message of equitable growth. He will participate in 3 key sessions related to food and energy security, digital transformation and health, and hold 20 engagements in just 45 hours. The Prime Minister will hold bilateral meetings with around 10 world leaders and will also attend a community event to connect with Indian diaspora in Indonesia tomorrow. There is speculation that the Prime Minister is likely to meet UK's new Prime Minister Rishi Sunak at the summit and hold bilateral meetings with US President Joe Biden as well. Meanwhile, amidst an ongoing conflict between the two superpowers, US President Biden met his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping and shook hands with him early this morning, aiming to build a flaw in the relationship with China. Biden said that the two countries have a responsibility to show that they can manage their differences.
The G20 heads of state and heads of governments are going to be here in Bali. Most of them have already arrived. Some will be arriving a little later. The entire area, this resort area of Bali, completely cordoned off for the G20 Summit and the leadership because they are going to stay here and all the meetings are going to take place over here. You can see massive security and patrolling that is taking place on an ongoing basis. VIP vehicles are now plying the roads of this entire resort city. Also, there are anti-bombers and special forces who have been deployed to ensure that no untoward incidents happen. The entire city, at least this entire area where all the resorts and hotels are, has been completely cordoned off and has been made a walled city. No outsider is allowed into the city unless and until they have the security badges. And we will be seeing the summit kick off with leaders talking about very important issues, whether it is health infrastructure, digital transformation, or for that matter, energy security. With video journalist Mahesh Kantapal in Bali, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
प्रधानमंत्री जी G20 समिट के लिए यहाँ आ रहे हैं. इसका सबसे महत्वपूर्ण एस्पेक्ट है कि भारत इंडोनेशिया से G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी लेने वाला है.
इस वक्त तो स्केड्यूल उनके बन रहे हैं तो हमने देखना होगा अगले 24 घंटों में क्या बन रहा है इस वक्त स्केड्यूल के लिहाज से. लेकिन मैं इतना ज़रूर कह सकता हूँ कि आपने भी देखा होगा कि जो दोस्ती है राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन और प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी की वो काफ़ी मजबूत है. तो उम्मीद यही है कि वो बैठक करेंगे.
So 20 engagements in a span of 45 hours. He'll be meeting at least 10 world leaders, lots of bilaterals. There's a meeting with Rishi Sunak that could happen as well. So the Prime Minister's schedule and agenda is going to be totally jam-packed. It's a super hectic trip that the Prime Minister will be landing to begin in just under 2 hours from now. Foreign Affairs Editor Geeta Mohan is live with us from Bali. She's been tracking all the meetings in anticipation of the Prime Minister's arrival. This is a big one, Geeta. India takes the presidency of the G20 for the summit next year. So there's a great deal to do in the 45 hours that the Prime Minister is going to be there. Bring us the highlights. Geeta, can you hear me? Okay, we'll fix that. We'll fix that in a moment, but apologies for that. That was Geeta Mohan. I think there's a bit of an audio issue there in Indonesia. We'll go back to her when we get her next. Now, I want to tell you about a video that's been going wildly viral, and when you see it, if you haven't seen it already, that is, you will know exactly why it has frightened people all over the world. Elon Musk has been in the news ever since the Twitter deal began. Musk-omania has taken over the internet by storm. Before I show you the video that's gone viral, I want to show you a report on Elon Musk's session from the G20 summit a little earlier. And I can tell you, even while he was at the summit, he would have been thinking about the video that I'm going to show you right after this report.
Ever since Elon Musk set his eyes on Twitter, he has been making headlines every day. First came a legal battle before the Twitter deal was finalized, and then the mass axing of employees after the takeover. He's the world's richest man. Speaking at the G20 summit on Monday, he said ever since he bought Twitter, he has been working from morning till night, 7 days a week.
I mean, I'm really working at the absolute most amount that I can work from morning till night, 7 days a week. So this is not something I'd recommend, frankly.
Along with Twitter, Musk is also the top boss of his EV company, Tesla, his neurotech company, Neuralink, his ambitious spacecraft company, SpaceX, along with his tunnel construction company, The Boring Company. Musk, who has been described as the nano manager, has been at the helm of Twitter for over 2 weeks. And in this time, he has not only fired the top executives and become the CEO, he is also the sole director of the company now. Musk, as a part of his ambitious revamp plan for the company, rolled out a new Twitter Blue subscription last week, shortly before suspending it. The new Twitter caused chaos on the social media website as impersonators quickly emerged as verified accounts, leading to widespread chain reaction of fake messages. So as of now, the new Twitter Blue that was seen as major revenue generator remains suspended. Meanwhile, in these 2 weeks, Musk has also laid off close to 50% of Twitter staff globally and has warned other employees of a possible bankruptcy. Meanwhile, Tesla shares also took a hit last week as Musk sold another batch of his share to fund his ambitious Twitter plans. Clearly, the world's richest man has a lot on his plate. With Rachana Dhanrajani, India Today Television.
And now that video that must have been on Elon Musk's mind while he was at the G20 and certainly on the minds of Tesla engineers the world over. This video that you're looking at of a Tesla car in China gone absolutely rogue has exploded on the internet and frightened people all over the world. Let me tell you what's happening in this picture. Trying to park at one end of a street in China, this Tesla is seen bursting off the mark, taking off at full speed and rampaging with zero control down the road. There is a driver inside the car. Tragically, the car smashed into and killed at least 2 people. CCTV footage showed this Tesla Model Y car speeding down the road at alarmingly high speeds, hitting numerous cyclists and drivers along the way before finally crashing. The 55-year-old driver's family told local news outlets in China that the car's brakes were not responding when the driver was stepping on the pedal. Instead, it accelerated and just kept going faster, leading to this horrifying rampage on the road. Tesla has confirmed that it is looking into the truth of the incident, noting that the car's brake lights did not appear to be on in the CCTV footage. Tesla has since also released a statement saying that it will fully cooperate in any investigation. I want to go across to India Today's Rachna for more on this story. Rachna, truly terrifying pictures of this Tesla vehicle that's completely out of control. Elon Musk has been in the spotlight globally for a long time. Tesla is one of the world's most valuable and respected companies. This happened in China. Initially Tesla sort of, threw suspicions over whether this video was authentic or not. Even now there are some questions over what really may have happened. But now Tesla has said that they will cooperate. Tell us why this is such a troubling video, Rachna.
Right. As you said, Tesla has said that it will be taking cognizance into the issue. Now, the company issued a statement and said that it will assist Chinese police in investigating this crash that involved Model Y cars. Now, this incident took place on 5th of November in the southern province of Guangdong in China. The incident has killed 2 people, a motorcyclist and a high school girl. In fact, the video that you're referring to has gone completely viral on after Chinese media organization published them online. In the video, it can be seen that a car is driving at a high speed, crashing into other vehicles and the cyclist who died. Now, the Chinese media also reported that the driver of this Tesla that's seen in the video is a 55-year-old person who faced issues with the brake pedal of the car just when he was about to pull over in front of his family store. So Tesla said that the video that has gone viral shows that the car's brake lights were not on when the car was speeding, and that the data that they've procured showed issues such as there not being any action to step on the brakes throughout the vehicle's journey. The company has said that because there are doubts on the authenticity of this video, Chinese police is in fact taking help of a third-party appraisal agency to identify the truth behind it. But this is also not the first time Tesla is in such soup. A couple of other incidents have been reported in China itself. However, nothing conclusive came out of it the last time. In the US also, we saw last week Tesla had to recall about 40,000 vehicles because of a power steering issue. So clearly this is not a good time for the company. As you said, Elon Musk has been in the light. In the light of the Twitter deal, he sold another bunch of his shares of Tesla because of that. The stock has also been taking a hit repeatedly. It is currently at its lowest from year to date.
And Rachna, there's been quite a bit of controversy over the China-made Teslas as well. So I'm not surprised to see a lot of speculation online, about, whether the fact that these were made in China had something to do with, what appears to have happened in this video. And, given that Tesla is such a popular company, it's only to be expected that there'll be all sorts of speculation over quality control, etc. in China.
Right. China is also Tesla's second largest market.
Yeah.
So when the video went viral, it was immediately the top trending video on Weibo, which is a Chinese social media platform. In talking about Chinese manufactured and assembled Teslas, there have been a couple of cases with other models of Tesla in US itself, where it has killed a couple of teenage boys and high school going boys. Because of that, the US Department of Justice also took cognizance and has launched a criminal probe against Tesla last month.
Rachna, appreciate it. Lots of details. We'll keep, tracking this unfolding story. Hopefully, Elon Musk will have something to say about it as well, because he's got something to say about pretty much everything else these days, doesn't he? Rachna, appreciate it. Thank you very much for being with me. Well, that's it on 5 Live. Thank you so much for watching. Our eye remains fixed on all the stories we bring you here on the show. 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita comes up next. The Mumbai government in poll-bound Karnataka is lurching from one big polarizing story to another. From saffron walls in schools to an MP who sees a bus stop shaped like a mosque. Polarization, Natka, is how the year began, and it looks like that's where it's headed as well.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Down to the
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. In association with JioMart, Har Ghar Ka Mart. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by Buy, Sell, Rent on 99acres.com. In association with LIC, Har Pal Aapke Saath. LG OLED, the one and only. Smart Bazaar, India's new Bachat Bazaar. Mutual funds sahi hai.
Saffron Schools is the latest Nataka. New Vivekananda schools coming soon. But Congress outraged over saffron paint.
Why you are worried with the color? We don't have rooms in the schools. Students are not given uniforms. Books are not provided.
BJP asks, what's in a color? From textbooks to schools now. Opposition fires saffronization salvo. Polarization Nataka, top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us live here on 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and this Monday evening, we've got a packed lineup for you over the next 1 hour. From the latest communal showdown in the state of Karnataka over education once again, to the truth behind the videos that have emerged from a college in Hyderabad of a horrific incident of bullying, and also the latest ground reports from Tamil Nadu, a state which has been ravaged by heavy rains. We've got you covered on all the big news stories of the day. As always, let's begin with the headlines. Aftab Poonawalla, who murdered his live-in partner, sent to 5-day police custody. He chopped Shraddha's body with a saw, scattered the pieces in the Chhatarpur forest. NCP Neta Jitendra Awad lands in another controversy. FIR filed for alleged sexual assault of a woman, resigns as MLA to protest the witch hunt. Big development in Delhi Liquor Gate probe. ED gets 5-day custody of AAP communication in charge Vijay Nair, Hyderabad-based businessman Abhishek Boinpalli as well. Flood alert issued for 5 Tamil Nadu districts. 6-year-old dies after falling into an overflowing irrigation canal in Erakur village of Kanchipuram. Controversial remark by BJP MP who says he will bring along a bulldozer and demolish a bus stand in Mysuru, claiming it looks like the dome of a mosque. And Prime Minister Modi heads to Indonesia to attend the G20 Summit. He will formally take over India's G20 chairmanship for 2023. In a total of 45 hours in Bali, he will have 20 engagements. We're months away from the elections in Karnataka. And what does that mean? Endless politics over every single subject. The latest, unfortunately, is even education. For weeks, we reported about the textbook controversy that rocked the state of Karnataka. Now, the latest decision by the Bombay government to construct 8,100 classrooms in government schools has led to political outrage. Why? 8,000 classrooms sounds like a great move. But the reality is that the Congress is questioning why the walls and pillars of these schools were painted saffron, coupled with Swami Vivekananda's teachings. Let's get you all the reactions first to the story.
The BJP in poll-bound Karnataka is facing charges of saffronizing education, quite literally this time. The Basavaraj Bommai government has come under fire for deciding to paint the walls and pillars of new government school classrooms saffron. Karnataka's Education Minister B.C. Nagesh has announced the government is planning to construct 8,100 new classrooms in government schools across the state named after Swami Vivekananda. The minister has announced all classrooms will have a uniform structure and saffron-coloured walls and pillars with sayings of Swami Vivekananda on them. The Congress claims saffronizing schools would stoke a communal rift among students.
We don't have rooms in the schools. Students are not given uniforms. Books are not provided. Buildings are not there. Midday meal scheme is not implemented. Can't you have minimum common sense to implement this at the earliest? It is most important to look after those issues than painting saffron in the buildings.
State Education Minister Nagesh later clarified the color was chosen by architects.
ಆರ್ಕಿಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಕೇಸರಿ ಬಣ್ಣ ಹಾಕಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾಕೋನೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ಆರ್ಕಿಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಹೊರತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಣ್ಣ ಹೆಂಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಕಿಟಕಿ ಹೆಂಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಬಾಗಿಲು ಹೆಂಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಮೆಟ್ಲು ಹೆಂಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಿರ್ಣಯ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ಆರ್ಕಿಟೆಕ್ಟ್ ಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಡುವಂತದ್ದು ಡಿಸೈನ್ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಡಿಸೈನ್.
We are not allergic. That is part of our national flag and India, our Congress flag. We are not allergic. We are allergic to introducing exclusive politics in this country, exclusive society in this country.
Chief Minister Bommai has accused the opposition of politicizing the issue.
ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ ರಾಜಕಾರಣ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇದು ಬಹಳ ತಳಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಕೇಸರಿ ಬಣ್ಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತ ಧ್ವಜದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ. ಕೇಸರಿ ಕಂಡ್ರೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾರತ ಧ್ವಜದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ ಕೇಸರಿ.
Meanwhile, in Mysuru, BJP MP Pratap Simha raked up yet another controversy over dome-shaped structures on a bus stand which he claimed looked like a masjid.
ಒಂದು ಬಸ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಗುಂಬಜ್ಗಳು ಅದು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗುಂಬಜ್ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕ ಎರಡು ಸಣ್ಣ ಗುಂಬಜ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಮಸೀದಿನೇ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ KRID ಅಂತ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಗಳಿದ್ರೆ 3-4 ದಿನ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ JCB ತಂದು ನಾನೇ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ತಿದ್ದೆ.
While Simha vowed to destroy it personally if the municipality doesn't do it first, the Congress termed Simha's remarks foolish.
I can say you are the most foolish fellow to speak on that one. Let us debate on that one. Throughout the country, let us see the architecture which has been run by the government officers. Is going to demolish those government offices also? The mindset is very bad of this member of parliament. I'm very sorry for that.
It's one polarizing controversy after another in the poll-bound state of Karnataka. From Savarkar to Tippu, from hijab ban to the Irga Maidan Rao, communally sensitive issues have taken center stage in an attempt to dominate the narrative and the headlines. On India Today, we report the facts always first. Bureau Report, India Today.
And this isn't the first incident. If you've tracked all the politics that's been playing out in Karnataka, it's been endless polarization that we've been seeing. The latest, of course, in the list is the fact that walls of government-run schools are being painted saffron, which the BJP says is not intentional. And Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has also put out a message saying, what's the big deal if it is painted saffron? But the month before that, in October, we've seen Hindu groups also hitting the streets, protesting against halal fast food chains. They demanded the boycott of all of these food chains that were serving halal meat. Now go back a month or so before that, in August, there were violent clashes even that broke out over Tipu Sultan and Savarkar posters. This happened in several parts of Karnataka after breaking out first in Shivkumar district. May 2022, strict government guidelines on Azan loudspeakers. The government directed institutions to avail a license for its use. Again led to this massive political talking point. In the same month, the government panel had also modified class 1 to 10 textbooks as Hedgewar chapters were added and chapters on Tipu Sultan were dropped. This became a big talking point, and now that issue has been raked up again to say education is being tampered with in the state of Karnataka. This isn't the only last few issues that we've found. We can keep going on and on. In April, Hindu groups demanded the boycott of halal meat. They were seen protesting against halal meat traders. There was an incident of violence also that broke out then. In the same month, school undertaking a mandate for Bibles for students led to this massive controversy as Hindu groups called it a violation of the Education Act. More and more you see incidents of education also being dragged into this kind of ugly politics. No Muslim vendors and Hindu temple fairs became a huge talking point as the opposition latched onto this, questioning the government. The government defended the decision, saying this was always the case, that suddenly it's this big controversy. And of course, the controversy where it all started, where this polarization actually started in Karnataka, was with the hijab controversy in educational institutions. The Karnataka High Court, of course, upheld the government guideline banning the hijab in educational institutions. So these are just a few controversies that we've pulled out here on India Today to remind you about all of these issues that have been brought up time and again, especially in the run-up to an election. Whoever you believe or deem guilty of raking up this kind of communal politics, the reality is that now it's becoming increasingly familiar with schools and colleges as well. It's seeped into education in the state of Karnataka, whether it's over textbooks, whether it's over uniform, whether now it's over infrastructure. The Bommai government has rejected all of this, and now they've lashed out directly at the opposition, at the Congress, saying very clearly there is absolutely no reason to question why walls are being painted saffron. In fact, when you've got several of these controversies piling up, you've got Basavaraj Bommai, the Karnataka Chief Minister, saying, what's wrong with the color saffron? Why are you allergic to this color? It's there in our national flag. Swami Vivekananda's robes were saffron, so why are you allergic to this color? Is the Chief Minister's contention and counter to the Congress, as the Congress has once again raised questions on this, saying that clearly it's being done to saffronize educational institutes in the state of Karnataka. As we get you the latest updates that are coming in right now on this massive controversy, we're also standing by to get your reaction from the Karnataka government on this issue, as the Congress now is demanding answers from the Bommai government and calling this a bid to saffronize schools. And sticking to news from Karnataka, the pothole menace continues to claim lives in the state. A 37-year-old retired soldier was mowed down by a truck when he was trying to deviate away from a pothole. This incident occurred yesterday, and it's not just in Bengaluru, but also in other parts of Karnataka, clearly, because this happened in Mandya when the deceased, Kumar, lost control of his bike while trying to avoid a pothole and then subsequently was run over by a truck. In the last 2 months, 4 people have lost their lives, quite simply due to civic apathy across the state of Karnataka. Despite the loss of lives, government and local civic bodies have failed to fix these roads, which are leading to these pothole deaths in the state. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us live with more details on this. Nagarjun, what have the authorities said about this particular incident in Mandya? It's no longer clearly restricted to Bengaluru. This is a problem that seems to be plaguing all of Karnataka now.
That is true. We have seen the potholes in our visuals as well, by 5 feet wide and long as well. What the locals are claiming is that the deceased was trying to negotiate the pothole and he collapsed and as he missed his balance and the vehicle behind him ran over him. But the police are yet to register a FIR blaming the pothole. They have only taken a complaint from the family at this point of time. They're yet to register an FIR. Preliminary investigation is pointing towards a pothole. The locals and the eyewitnesses and the family of Mr. Kumar, who passed away in this accident, blame the pothole in Mandya district. In Akshita, in Bangalore itself, in October, there were around 3 pothole deaths. Now it has spread to Mandya also, and in Davangere, people took it upon themselves to fill a pothole. So not just Bengaluru and BBMP limits, the pothole menace in Karnataka has spread to different districts now.
Okay, all right. Nagarjun, stay on with me. This has also become increasingly political. You've got Congress's Randeep Surjewala targeting the Mumbai government now over this pothole menace and what's played out in Mandya. Surjewala has tweeted, and I quote, "The pothole Sarkara claims the life of a soldier in Mandya of Karnataka. BJP's 40% Sarkara has blood of dozens of Kannadigas on its hands. The Mumbai government can splurge 10 crores on Prime Minister Modi's visit, but doesn't have the money to fill potholes." Surjewala, repeating the Pay CM attack, says this is time to purge the Pay CM government. So this is becoming increasingly political. The Congress clearly now raising this, Nagarjun, to once again fire the 40% commission charge of the Mumbai government.
That is true. In fact, Surjewala, Congress in charge for Karnataka, has directly blamed the Chief Minister and his cabinet minister, saying blood on hands of Kannadiga's blood are on the hands of the government here. And the 40% Pay CM campaign has once again resurfaced in Karnataka. When CM was supposed to go to Gulbarga today, we saw miscreants putting up posters of Pay CM in Gulbarga also. Now the Congress has been tweeting that pothole is a direct impact of the 40% commission. When contractors have written to the Prime Minister that bill payment, we have to pay 40%. Of course, the work in the ground also will be shoddy and they'll be half done. And pothole in Karnataka, not just in Bengaluru, are a reason for 40% commission is what Congress is saying. But however, the government stand is that if it's raining, patchwork cannot be done, repair work cannot be taken up till the monsoon gets down.
All right. Thanks, Nagarjun, for joining us with all of those details. Now, BJP MP from Mysuru district, Pratap Simha, has rigged up a controversy over a dome-shaped bus stand in the city. While speaking at an event in Mysuru, he said that he saw photos of this bus stand on social media and compared it to a masjid. He's added that he's told the municipal authorities to destroy this bus stand and then goes on to say that if the authorities fail to act, he will bring in a bulldozer and personally demolish the bus stand. The Karnataka Congress, meanwhile, has lashed out at the BJP over this comment, referring to it as foolish, while questioning whether Pratap Simha would now follow that up with demolishing government offices, which also have these dome-like structures on top.
ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡಾಡ್ತಿತ್ತು ಯಾವ ಒಂದು ಬಸ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಗುಂಬಜ್ಗಳು ಅದು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗುಂಬಜ್ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕ 2 ಸಣ್ಣ ಗುಂಬಜ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಮಸೀದಿನೇ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ KRID ಅಂತ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಗಳಿದ್ರೆ 3-4 ದಿನ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ JCB ತಂದು ನಾನೇ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ತಿದ್ದೆ
I can say you are the most foolish fellow to speak on that one. Let us debate on that one throughout the country. Let us see the architecture which has been run by the government officers. Is going to demolish those government offices also? The mindset is very bad of this member of parliament. I'm very sorry for that.
And let's get you all the latest updates, breaking updates that are coming in on the Delhi murder. During the course of sustained interrogation, the accused Aftab Amin Poonawalla has disclosed that he and the deceased were in a live-in relationship. So he and the victim Shraddha were together since 2019, both from Mumbai, which has been confirmed by us here on India Today. They met each other via a dating app in 2019 and since then were together. They had frequent fights and finally, after one such quarrel, he killed her on 18th May. The next day, he went and bought a refrigerator where he kept Shraddha's chopped body for about 16 to 18 days. Now, believe it or not, this man, this monster, knew Shraddha from 2019. They were together for years. And in 2022, just months ago in May, he killed her, he murdered her by strangling her, then cut her body up into 35 pieces, stored it in a refrigerator that he bought the next day, lit incense sticks, agarbattis in the house to ensure neighbors don't get suspicious, there was no foul smell, and then every single day with a polythene bag, he'd take the body parts out, dispose of them and come back for the next 16 to 18 days. He did this religiously to ensure all the body parts were disposed of. We'll be getting you all the latest updates on this, but to many of the people that we've spoken to here on India Today who interacted with Aftab after the murder, they said he was completely unrepentant, that he came with a clear mission, bought the refrigerator. There are local store owners who say that he even bought the saw from them. Because remember, after the murder, reportedly Aftab, according to the confession that he's given to the police, sat around wondering what to do and then came up with this elaborate plan of getting rid of Shraddha's remains. All of this over an argument as Shraddha was pressuring him to get married. They were together since 2019. Their families opposed the relationship because it was an interfaith one. So they decided to move together. They were in a live-in relationship in the national capital and in an apartment where they lived. Aftab murdered her in May, and for 6 months nobody had any clue that something like this had even happened. He lived in an apartment, they shared this house, and even after killing her, after murdering her, at no point did he choose to move out. He continued to live in that very same apartment, bought a refrigerator, and inside this refrigerator kept her body parts, so there was no smell, nobody suspected a thing. None of the neighbors knew what was happening because every day at 2 a.m. he'd go for a drive. He'd take body parts in a polythene bag, empty the bag outside, and this was particularly in the Chhatarpur area, in an area which had quite a bit of vegetation. He dropped the body parts there in the hope, and he says this in his confession to the police, that he was counting on animals devouring some of these body parts so nobody would have any sort of suspicion. At this point, the cops are at this spot and also at the house of the accused and the victim, tragically. They are going through all of this, scouring through any clues that they can get. Rahul Gautam is joining us with more details on this. Rahul, there's been a lot of questions about whether this was, in the heat of the moment that he committed this kind of a crime, whether it was an elaborate murder. What this leads to is a lot of shocking questions, because now the information we have is that Aftab actually knew Shraddha from 2019. They were together from 2019. 3 years on, he's murdered her.
Well, Akshay, I myself spoke with senior police officials, and they made it very clear that the accused, Aftab, is a well-read person. In fact, he clearly knew what he was doing. In fact, when I also interviewed the two shopkeepers who actually sold fridge and the very weapon, the very knife that he used to chop off the body, both of them confirmed to me that there was no guilt on his face when yesterday police brought him to their shop to recreate the scene for investigation. In fact, they said that there was no remorse whatsoever as far as Aftab is concerned, and this only shows that this was something. There were frequent quarrels that were happening at that point of time between the two, but it seems that this was a premeditated conspiracy that was hatched by Aftab, and this clearly shows that he clearly knew from the very first moment that what he was doing was not something that actually happened in the pit of the wave or in the heat of the moment. It was something that he was planning on, that he was building on. And in fact, this is the main reason why police believe that they have a very watertight case against Aftab, who himself already confessed to the crime, and police has already recovered crucial evidences which is going to link him with this particular murder. I must also tell our viewers that the family members of Shraddha, they are already in the national capital, and in fact, as per the police sources, what they are telling to us that for past 5 to 6 months, the victim here was not on talking terms with the family, and this was one thing which actually gave advantage to Aftab, and because of this, he was able to conceal this crime for almost 5 months. And it was only after Shraddha stopped updating her social media profile, then only after that the family members got suspicious. They got into touch with the Mumbai police authorities, filed a missing complaint. Thereafter, the Mumbai police approached Delhi police, and there were
questions. There were questions of why it took 5 months also for this missing complaint to be filed. This murder happened in May, mid-May, and now it's come to light because the missing persons complaint was filed on 8th November or so. So there'll be questions of that as well. But in a matter of days, the Delhi police has cracked this particular case. Thanks, Rahul, for getting us those details. I want to play out all the exclusive reactions that we have for you here on India Today on this big story. India Today spoke to the victim, to Shraddha's friend, who had actually raised an alarm over her disappearance after her phone was switched off.
लास्ट 2 महीने पहले उसने कांटेक्ट किया था. उसके बाद अगस्त का महीना हो गया, अभी तक उसके साइड से कोई रिप्लाई आया नहीं. मेरे किसी भी टेक्स्ट का रिप्लाई आया नहीं. फोन स्विच ऑफ आ रहा था. सो दैट इज व्हेन इट बिकेम अ पॉइंट ऑफ कंसर्न फॉर मी कि आई शुड एक्चुअली स्टार्ट रीचिंग आउट टू पीपल. किसी से भी कोई मुझे अपडेट नहीं मिला, तो फाइनली मैंने उनके ब्रदर को बता दिया कि ऐसा है. लास्ट मेरा उनसे जुलाई में बात हुआ था. उसके बाद से आज तक मेरा उनके साथ कोई कांटेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहा है. सो इट्स बेटर दैट वी रीच आउट टू कॉप्स एंड चेक सीक फॉर देयर हेल्प. कि
वो दोनों में क्या झगड़ा होता था क्या?
बहुत झगड़े होते थे. यहाँ तक कि एक बार ऐसा भी झगड़ा हुआ था जब उसने मुझे व्हाट्सएप पे ऐसा मैसेज करके बोला कि प्लीज यहाँ मेरे घर पे आ जा, मुझे बाहर लेके जा. अगर आज रात को मैं इसके साथ घर पे रही तो ये मुझे मार डालेगा. ऐसा भी झगड़ा हुआ है उनके बीच में. और हम दोस्तों ने मिलके उसको उसके घर से उस दिन बाहर भी निकाला था और आफ्ताब को वार्निंग भी दी थी कि हम पुलिस के पास जाने वाले हैं. बट उस टाइम पे श्रद्धा के कमिटमेंट्स को या फिर उसके जो बातें थी उसको रिस्पेक्ट करते हुए हमने बोल दिया कि इसको हम पुलिस में नहीं कर रहे, बिकॉज उसने मना किया.
One of the most gruesome crime stories that we've seen here in the country, and that is the story that we'll continue getting you the latest news breaks on. Our top focus on 6 p.m. Prime has been on what's been playing out in Karnataka and the showdown over schools in the state, over the Mumbai government's decision now of new classrooms, 8,100 new classrooms. But the Congress has raised questions over the fact that they're being painted saffron. Joining me this evening here on 6 p.m. Prime is the Karnataka Primary Education Minister, Mr. B.C. Nagesh. Mr. Nagesh, namaskara. I'll directly ask you my first question, which is, sir, are schools being saffronized in the state of Karnataka?
I wanted to know who said it that we have saffronized in the school.
Sir, you've got a reaction coming in from the Congress, from Mr. Salim Ahmed, who said that you must first focus on issues in the state of Karnataka for education, like midday meals, like ensuring that adequate education reaches the poor, instead of focusing on painting schools.
Basically, that is the problem. Because they had ruled this state for more than 65 years. Congress had ruled the state for more than 65 years. I am asking them to give the statistics. What is the infrastructure they had created for the schools? How many teachers are taken in last 5 years of their regime when Siddaramaiah was the chief minister? I want to know how many classrooms they had constructed in last 5 years when Siddaramaiah was the chief minister. Basically, they doesn't do anything. हिंदी में एक है ना, कुत्ते घास को खाता भी नहीं है, खाने को भी नहीं छोड़ता है ना. ऐसा परिस्थिति कांग्रेस वाला है. They are unable to do anything in education, but they want to disturb in every issue. As you know that though court finally decided about hijab, they raised the issue in the assembly. Recently, one of the working president took the word Hindu and spoke against.
No, but Mr. Nagesh, can I just refer to some instances, sir, and where this allegation perhaps has come from? The Congress is citing a number of issues that have happened this year. You mentioned the hijab controversy, sir.
1 minute, madam. I will explain the things, why they are speaking against the room. When Siddaramaiah was the chief minister, between 13 and 18, he constructed only 4,510 rooms. He took only 3,000 and odd teachers. Whereas we have constructed around 15,000 rooms. When Yediyurappa was the chief minister for 2 years, BJP constructed more than 8,000 rooms. And now, in a single year, we are going to construct around 8,000 rooms.
No, this is a great step, sir. There's no doubt about it. And I will ask you a question about that also. Sir, allow me to ask you one question, sir, and you can complete your answer with that question also. Now, the Congress is saying that there's saffronization of schools in Karnataka. The latest instance is this, where they're saying that classrooms are going to be painted saffron. But they've raised also the textbook controversy, which we saw a few months ago when chapters on Hedgewar were included in school chapters. Tipu Sultan chapters were removed, etc. The hijab controversy, as you mentioned, sir. All of this, a string of issues, is what the Congress is raising to say there's evidence here of schools, of education systems being changed now.
They are not against the education system, madam. They want to appease one community. You should know that. They are using even education as their vote bank. They want to address their vote bank, that's all. Hijab, again, it is connected with one community. To oppose hijab, they felt that they can get votes of one community. Now, even about Tipu Sultan, they had removed Maharaja Mysore Wadiyar's lesson and they had introduced Tipu Sultan. Again, when we brought back the Wadiyar's story, a Wadiyar's lesson, they again raised that when one Rohit Chakratirtha had forwarded some Nadagita's version, they opposed it. But when Bargu Ramachandrappa, who was appointed by Siddaramaiah to look into the textbook, he had twisted the Rashtragita, then the Congress did not speak at all. They were silent. When Siddaramaiah had asked me to remove the textbook of Rohit Chakratirtha because he had forwarded the different version of Nadagita, when the same Siddaramaiah had asked me to bring back the textbook of Bargu Ramachandrappa. Then when they came to know that Bargu Ramachandrappa twisted the Rashtragita, they did not speak at all.
Okay, Mr. Nagesh, my final question to you, sir. There are questions right now being asked about why saffron? Why are these classrooms being painted saffron? It's a great step. 8,100 classrooms being built is a great step. Why is it being painted saffron?
So far, we have not decided about the colors.
Okay.
I am speaking, we had not even thought of that. But if some architect or our engineers tell that we can paint saffron, if they advise us to paint saffron, definitely we will not go back, only because Congress is opposing, some journalists are opposing, some so-called educationalists opposing. So we are not going to go back against that. But again, you should know that saffron is a color which represents Gnana in India, Bharata, Gnana in Bharata. Saffron represents Tyaga in Bharata. This is the land of Tyaga and Gnana. So if some architect feels that school is a place which gives Gnana, we should also teach Tyaga, and if he recommends us to paint saffron, definitely we will not go against his advice.
Okay, all right. Mr. Nagesh, thank you very much for joining us here on India Today. I will repeat and reiterate that a good step is being taken in the sense that 8,100 new classrooms are being built in the state of Karnataka, and perhaps away from all of this politics, that's what we really should be focusing on. The fact that people benefit from this.
Hello, madam?
Yes, sir.
Why can't you ask why they are against saffron? Why Congress people are against saffron color? Even in their national, even in their Congress flag, there is a saffron. Why they have not removed so far? Ask them to put green into that.
We will ask that question to the Congress. Thank you, Mr. Nagesh, for joining us here on India Today. Run out of time. I'm slipping into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we're going to be focusing on the horrifying story that came in from Hyderabad. Videos that have been going viral of an incident of bullying in a Hyderabad college. What really happened? What is the truth behind this hostile assault? We'll be telling you in just a bit.
The wait is